Like Josh said, we're talking about Industry 4.0, 5.0, and 6.0. Industry 4.0 overview. Key concept. Industry 4.0 refers to the recent revolution in manufacturing driven by digitalization, the fusion of cyber-physical systems, Internet of Things connectivity, data analytics, and automation into smart factories. What have been the impacts of 4.0? Machines, devices, and systems are interconnected and communicate in real time, enabling data-driven decisions and highly flexible, efficient production. This has led to innovative human-machine collaboration on the shop floor and the ability to tailor manufacturing processes through insights from big data. Here are some examples. Technologies like sensors and Internet of Things networks, cloud computing, AI for predictive maintenance, robotics, are all hallmarks of Industry 4.0, helping boost productivity and responsiveness in mechatronic systems.
All right. Rather than sounding like a robot for this, Industry 5.0, as said before, we don't want these robot overlords to completely take out our jobs and make everything autonomous. So 5.0 brings on a new integration between human and robot collaboration. Rather than having robots autonomously take our jobs, we bring in human creativity along with robot repeatability. So by implementing a series of cobots and a series of robots that can work alongside humans in not only manufacturing aspects but engineering aspects, we believe that intelligent-based tasks robots can be well suited for if created for the specific purpose of engineering implementations.
Industry 6.0, looking ahead. Autonomous and intelligent systems. Industry 6.0 is an emerging vision of largely autonomous manufacturing. It foresees fully integrated, intelligent production systems that can run with minimal human intervention. In essence, machine capabilities would rival human decision-making. Factories could self-optimize and self-organize, with AI driving most operational decisions. Defining traits. This phase is driven by intelligence. Manufacturing would harness cutting-edge technologies like advanced AI, ubiquitous sensors, and possibly even quantum computing and brain-computer interfaces to achieve self-sufficient operations. Machines across the facility would coordinate among themselves in real time, adapting to changes without needing explicit human commands. Implications for mechatronics. Mechatronics devices in an Industry 6.0 scenario would have greatly enhanced autonomy. For example, robots that could learn and improve on their own, or production lines that reconfigure automatically for new tasks. Engineers will design systems focusing on reliability and security of these autonomous decisions. While humans step back from direct control, their role shifts to a high-level oversight, strategy, and handling creative or complex decision aspects that machines can't.
So now that we've talked about what we believe Industry 5.0 and 6.0 are going to look like in the future, some companies that we believe are going to vastly integrate Industry 5.0 and 6.0, we've taken examples from, such as Festo, who already utilizes both pneumatic and electric devices to compute kind of a seamless automation that allows flexible human input while still allowing robots to keep up with the repeatability of tasks and design process flow. They also stress a human-centric approach through lifelong learning programs and digital training tools for operators, ensuring the workforce evolves alongside the technology.
The other company that we looked at was Siemens. They demonstrated how AI and digitalization are pushing industry beyond 4.0. Siemens showcased an AI-driven production line with agent-based control that adapts on the fly for more agility, and software-defined automation that decouples control software from hardware for flexibility. They also showcased TIA Portal Copilot in terms of engineering code that can be written by AI. They also featured autonomous mobile robots performing self-guided equipment inspections and immersive digital twin simulations, linking the real world and virtual world.
And our last example for the future of 5.0 and 6.0 has to be Beckoff, because their recent breakthroughs with their TwinCat PLCs, as long as other PLC systems, have integrated AI beautifully in the assisting of programming and engineering concepts, as well as creating modular AI systems that use analytics to create a new efficient drive technologies for greener production. And these developments through Industry 5.0 goals by making automation more open, adaptive, and easy to integrate.
Excellent. Thank you guys very much. Appreciate that presentation and great points you brought up there. We will open up to a couple questions if we have any questions from any of our panel members.
No questions. Yeah.
This is your job now, guys.
You guys better keep your mouth shut.
Quick question for you. So my question would be, how did you select the three companies that you gave an overview on?
Festo, because it's right there. Siemens, because we took a tour, and Beckoff, because they had another big booth as well. Just like big booth, better access to things. Yeah, more showcased.
My question will be, do you think you're prepared for what's coming up for the Industry 6 and such?
I like ChatGPT, so I'd say so, yeah.
I believe that as industry grows, so will schooling, training, and learning. So as industry grows into more of an AI-developed industry, we'll still learn the tools that are used to effectively implement AI alongside creativity.
Excellent. Thank you guys very much. Very nice job. We will move on to, oh, thank you. Yeah, round of applause.
Here, you want to switch seats with him? Oh, okay.
Yeah, we can switch. Here, you
okay.
You gonna take mine? Okay, that's fine. All right, so we are going to now move on to Humber Polytechnic for their take on Industry 5 and 6.
Okay, I'm going to start off by just introducing what Industry 4.0, 5.0, and 6.0 are, to see what we're talking about. So first off, we have 4.0, which is mostly integrated already into industry. And this involved networking systems, so Ethernet, point IO, stuff like that, where you start getting your machines to work together, as well as the data collection side of it. So taking diagnostics from the machines to understand what your machine is doing, what your production is, maintenance, stuff like that. Moving on to 5.0, this is going into more focusing on to the other things, so not so much on direct industry, but more on improving its environmental impact and the user friendliness. So how the operators are working, their conditions, and all that. And then moving on to 6.0. 6.0 is moving into integrating AI and other more advanced computing systems, working that into the industry, because that's been mostly part of the tech field, but it hasn't really made its way into the industrial sector. So Cole, would you like to start off with
Yeah, sure. I'm going to say real quick, I am very nervous when it comes to stage and lights, so give me a break. I'm going to jump into some of the companies we realize we're using some of this technology, and like Conestoga, I'm going to mention Siemens first. Siemens used its Hannover Mass 2025 presence to demonstrate cutting-edge AI applications in industrial automation, many of which embody the principles of Industry 5.0 and pointed towards Industry 6.0 future. Key highlights from the Siemens booth and demos I'm going to mention here. First off, Industrial AI Copilot. Siemens unveiled its Industrial Copilot, a generative AI assistant integrated with the TIA portal engineering software. This AI acts like a coding assistant for automation engineers, helping generate control code, answer engineering queries, and even create HMI visualizations. The significance of this was recognized with Siemens winning the Hermes Award, right? For the Industrial AI Copilot, highlighting how generative AI can eliminate repetitive work and boost workforce efficiency. So Grant, I think, also has another company we're going to talk about.
So yesterday I took a look around the event. So one booth which really stood out to me was the IGUS booth, which is just in Building 6 over there. And what they're doing is they're making bearings out of plastics. So rather than having a metal ball bearing with grease and all that, it has a low friction plastic, which allows you to do linear motion, rotational motion, all sorts. The big advantage of this is, first, you have the environmental impact. So producing the plastic requires a lot less heavy industry and pollution, like the smelting produces a lot of fumes and gases and stuff, which is very harmful. And so the plastic's a lot better for that. And then they were also showcasing how these don't need to be greased. So going through all the lithium grease is a big environmental impact. And then also, if you don't need to grease the bearings, that's easier for your operator, maintenance and all that. So really, it's more into the 5.0 with the environmental and human impacts. And I thought that was really interesting.
Yeah. And our last company here, of course, is Festo. Festo, a leading automation and mechatronics supplier, also showcased its AI also showcased how AI is being integrated into factory automation. So a big thing that we notice is AI for preventative maintenance. They called it Festo AX. Festo demonstrated its latest Festo automation experience, Festo AX tools, which apply AI and machine learning to monitor and optimize machines in real time. One highlight was Festo's AI-powered maintenance software, consisting of Festo AX Smart, I can't say that word, I'm sorry, maintenance management tools. And these tools connect to equipment on the factory floor and use AI to detect anomalies, predict failures, and suggest maintenance, a textbook Industry 5.0 application improving resilience. According to Festo, using AI-driven condition monitoring can reduce unplanned downtime by up to 25%. So,
All right.
do you want to do a little? Yeah. I'll run back for it.
Excellent. Thank you guys very much. That was an excellent presentation on your take on Industry 5 and 6. Open it up to the panel for questions. Greg?
So during your research, was it easy to find the information from each of the vendors, or did each one have a clear strategy on Industry 4, 5, and 6?
So certain vendors advertise different ways. So really, they do try to push like their 5.0 and 6.0 stuff. Not every industry has it, or a vendor. Not every vendor has it, and or they might not advertise it as upfront. Like maybe they have something which is more interesting to them. So I found it wasn't that difficult to find.
Perfect. Thank you.
My question will be, what technology would you like to try first?
I would love to try the Copilot, Siemens Copilot, because me personally, I'm not great at programming, so I think that would be my first choice. Is that an okay answer?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry about that.
Grant, you have any interest in this technology? What do you want to try first?
Oh, what do I want to try first? Yeah, I think it would be interesting to see what the AI is capable of. I'm not sure if I really want to integrate it into my programming personally, but I'm definitely interested to see what it can do.
That is an excellent programmer response. We don't want to let anybody else touch our program. We like to keep our program the way it is. Awesome. Well, thank you very much to the 4 up here. We're going to do a quick panel switch and get the other 4 up here. Thank you very much, guys.
Yeah, no problem.
Put that down there on that. Yep. Swap over your seat. On the mat, on that thing. Yep. Thank you. Excellent. You guys can stand here. Absolutely. Excellent. All right, so next up we have our German Euroskills team as well as SATE. And it looks like these fine gentlemen are excited to present, so they want the podium. I'm going to give them the mic. Here you guys go.
Okay, thank you. Hello, guys. I just start with the presentation. And the first thing is the introduction. And the industrial world is evolving rapidly. The Industry 4.0 has already transformed production with automation, Internet of Things, and AI. But what comes next after that? And our presentation will cover a short summary of what is Industry 4.0 and explanation of Industry 4.0 and 6.0 and real-world application from Festo, Siemens, and Rexroth. Then the expectations for the future of mechatronics. So we start with the Industry 4.0, the smart factory. And what is the Industry 4.0? It's like the 4th industrial revolution, and which included automation, connectivity, and AI-driven decision-making in the manufacturing system of a company. Yeah, the key features of the Industry 4.0 is like the cyber-physically system, and the machines communicate with each other. Like in a company, you have many machines, and they just communicate and make autonomous decisions. And then we have the industrial Internet of the Things. It like sensor collect real-time data, and yeah, and with the data they optimize the process of a machine in the company. And then we have the smart factories. It's a fully automated production lines with minimal human intervention, I think. And the impact of the Industrial 4.0 is that increased efficiency and cost reductions and higher automation for the manufacturing lines in a company. And yes, that's it.
Yeah, so I continue with the Industry 5.0. And if you look back from Industry 1 to 4.0, the human role got less and less more relevant because they got helped more and more by machines and inventions. But in the Industry 5.0, the human gets more back into the centric focus. So you want to bring back the human into the focus, and you want to accomplish a human and robot collaboration in a sustainable and resilient way, so in a safe way. And to accomplish that, it's very important to use AI as a support for human creativity and also for personalized products and like personalized industry streams. Yeah, just take that. So the role of AI is to support the human, but not to put the human away. No. Yes, and the importance for our job, for mechatronics, is to develop cobots that integrate in a sustainable way with the human and robots. Yeah, so that's about it, about the Industry 5.0 and about the Industry 6.0. It gets more deeper into the AI revolution. So it wants, it's about a concept of intelligent autonomy with human AI symbiosis. So the AI can really clearly work on its own and doesn't really need any manual telling by the humans anymore. It takes on with the decision making. And it's for mechatronic, it means that you need to develop a highly intelligent autonomous systems for your production line. And as a quick outlook in the even further future, there's like a few ideas about what could Industry 7.0 be. So that could be things going into quantum computing or cosmic industrialization and biological transformation and even the merge of human and machine in one part together. And I think that there's no clear border between all of those industries, because I think some aspects we're already in 5.0, but already in 4.0, and some aspects of 6.0, so it's all like a flowing transition. Yeah, and then we're coming to our examples.
Yes, we come to a real-world application from our 3 companies, and we just walked over the fair, and we asked 3 companies and that are already shaping the future of the mechatronics, and we got the first for Festo, and the Festo has the Festo AX. It's about the AI-driven predictive maintenance for manufacturing, and it helps reduce energy consumption and machine failures, like you have leakage or something else, and then the AI says that there have to come a mechanic to fix the problem. And yeah, it uses machine learning to optimize the production.
Yes, and as the other teams, we also went on the tour at the Siemens booth. So we also chose the Siemens Copilot, and it's an AI-based assistant that helps human workers interact with machines. It enhances decision-making, safety, efficiency in factories, and it promotes a human-centric approach to automation. Yeah, but you heard about that before, so. And then the third company we walked around is that hall. It's in Hall 6. It's Rexroth, a company by Bosch, and they are known for doing hydraulic stuff. And they also have their AI program for optimization. It's called the H4U, harmonized. It's the hydraulics for you. It's called, yes. And it's a AI-powered automation platform for flexible production, because there was like the problem in hydraulics where you configure your machine when it's new, but then over the years it gets a little bit of tear down or wear, and then you need to reconsider the factors, or you need to reconfigure it. Yeah, so that's what that's about.
Yeah, and then we have the last part, then what's next in the future. We have the AI robotics. Okay, that's it.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I appreciate that. Excellent job. All right, we'll go to the panel for questions.
So I like the fact that you talked about timelines. We're on the onset of Industry 5.0. Did you discover any timelines for when we can expect to see Industry 6.0 being implemented into manufacturing?
Not like a really specific timeline, but as I mentioned before, it's more of a constant flow that gets to transition more fluidly. So we didn't really get like a number of time for that, but I think it's coming more and more. So maybe in the next 20 years or something like that, we could get products in that direction or studies.
Excellent answer.
Thank you. So Industry 5.0 was trying to put the human back in the equation, And Industry 6.0 is introducing artificial intelligence. We know that the capacities of artificial intelligence grow really quickly. So how do you see the future of human participation in the industry in the future?
Yeah, I think they get more collaborate even more, because maybe in the future the AI and the human body really like bond together into one machine, human machine, with AI enhancement. So it probably will take even more of the repetitive tasks from you and leave you more space with the creativity and organization.
Awesome. Thank you very much again, gentlemen. Good explanations. Love that idea of how the industries are all flowing together like a river. They just keep combining all the way down. All right, so last but definitely not least, our friends from SAIT. They are now going to give us their take on Industry 4, 5, and 6.
Alrighty, thank you for coming here. And for the fourth time in less than an hour, you're going to hear what Industry 4, 5, and 6 are. So, and then after that, we'll talk about some of the companies we saw and what we learned from them. And then we'll open up to questions. Thank you.
All right, let's start what's in Industry 4.0 all over again. But yeah, so from our perspective, Industry 4.0 was basically removing as much human input as you can, because humans are unreliable and inaccurate at times and not very efficient, whereas a robot can do the same thing over and over again in the same sequence countless times and a lot less inefficient manner, I would say. So Industry 4.0 was all about increasing efficiency, repeatability, and accuracy of tasks, which is how the first robot arms from GM, I believe, that were introduced in their car factories. They were all about reducing human input to make sure that constant production is always on, higher and higher, continuously increasing demand to take care of all of the things. So Industry 4.0 has been very automation heavy, where machines are doing all the jobs of the humans, where if a process is being continuously repeated, the robot can replace it. This has led to a lot of layoffs and a lot of job security questions, which is where Industry 5.0 comes in. And I'll let one of my colleagues answer what Industry 5.0 is in that regard.
So for the reason of questioning job security in the upcoming development of Industry 5.0, with AI being able to generate a lot of the tasks that people normally take a lot of time to do. And so for this reason, Industry 5.0 aims to improve the integration between human and machine cooperation in a collaborative way. Among other things, the key aspects of Industry 5.0 is personalization, human-machine collaboration, as well as sustainability. And these are the most important aspects of that. So the whole point of being able to integrate both humans and machines together rather than fully replacing is that AI is a tool. They're there to work with us rather than for us. And that's kind of the benefit of Industry 5.0. Beyond that, we move into Industry 6.0, which at this point is a theoretical in-development idea that involves quite a long list of things that go along with it. I'll list off a couple things here. One is ambient intelligence. This is active AI integrating into our lives, adjusting to stimuli, basically, making for a more intelligent system and industry. Another is autonomous robots, quantum computing, augmented and virtual reality, digital twins. This is something we'll talk about a little later with what we saw in Siemens. Human factor ergonomics, system integration, sensor-based applications, big data analysis, cyber-physical systems, cloud computing, 3D printing, nanotechnology, computer vision, and various hybrid technologies. All right. So now we'll move into some of the companies we saw.
So the companies we're going to mention are not the only companies that are utilizing these technologies. As we know that the revolution in industries happened because of technologies, and a company is just basically adopting that technology or even creating those technologies, but then they get utilized by other companies who might be doing it better in the next 50 years, let's say. There's always going to be a company that is going to take up a technology that was initially invented or created by another company, and they'll maybe do it better. So we're just going to talk about some ideas and technologies that some of the companies have been using. One of the biggest technologies I believe that would be very integrated in Industry 5.0 will be the IO-Link technology. IO-Link allows you to connect to devices and get data from them very easily. If you can connect or integrate an AI system using IO-Link, then you can get that data, process it, and analyze it, get information about predictive maintenance and all sorts of things. And these ideas, I believe, have been, or we believe, have been used by Festo, Siemens, and Phoenix Contact very well. All these companies have been trying to continuously push forward the idea of simplification of tasks and making things more efficient using data analysis. You've probably heard about the AI tools from Festo from our previous presentations from, I believe that was the Humber Polytechnique presentation. Siemens, well, I guess we have some other people who were not here during the tour. But Siemens, when we went to the tour, they displayed us how many different AI integrated softwares that they were using to simplify the process of design and application. Phoenix Contact has been continuously innovating their technologies to make integration a lot more easier with their tool-less applications and their all-electric society ideology. Do we still have time for more?
10 seconds.
10 seconds? Well, in the last 10 seconds, I would like to thank everyone for being here and watching our presentation, and I hope we did a good job here. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
All right.
Okay, so we are going to move on to panel questions. Greg, surprise, surprise, you're up.
All right, so my panel question is, you're currently enrolled in a post-secondary program in automation and robotics. How well connected do you feel your program is to what's going on in industry?
That is a great question. So when we were over at the Beckhoff panel, or not panel, the booth, that's the word.
Yep.
We noticed that they were really big on using PC-based technologies to integrate AI and more complicated data analysis. During schooling, we primarily focus on PLC control. And so we don't really get to work alongside a lot of those things that are being presented in Industry 5.0 and moving on to 6.0. But they do give that great introduction, leading us into learning those things following post-secondary.
All right, we have a special guest question.
Thank you. Great job, everyone. So, given your knowledge of Industry 5.0, 6.0, what are some of the skills for the future? So when you look at the future graduate 5-6 years from now, what are, maybe list 1 or 2 skills that you think are going to be required in this new era?
So as we know that a lot of AI is being integrated with a lot of our in our industry. I believe one of the biggest skills would be to actually analyze the data that is provided to us by AI and consider or prioritize whether their suggested ideas are any better than what we could potentially have. As we said in our presentation, AI should be used as a tool to help us get to a solution and not rely on it entirely. So one of my suggestions for the further or future students would be to focus more on what you think is right and not what AI thinks is right. So I hope that answers your question.
Excellent answer. Thank you very much. Big round of applause for the panel that's up here right now, as well as for the other presenters earlier. Thank you all very much. Hopefully everybody got some insight into Industry 4, 5, and 6. And please join us over the Mechatronics competition as we restart shortly. Thanks, everybody.
see the future's holiday out for me? Just let me know where we go after the fall. Like the sound of it, gonna hang it on your wall. Turn and run with it for the sake of one and all. Where you go, nobody knows. What do you see? The future's holiday out for me. Just let me know where to go, where you go after the fall.
Try talking to you while you do. I swap places with you just to see things through. Just sing me the tune and you'll see I'll keep it here for you. I'll wait for your cue. Wrote down all the words, black and white, in a row. Just keeping it so, yeah, you know how it goes. No plans It's never gonna be normal, you and me. What you're signing up for is a storm at sea. So if you think you're tough, give me all your love, and I'll give you every little piece of me. Catch a falling star, you'll go far in the pageant of the bizarre. And tonight I give you my heart. Catch a falling star, you'll go far in the pageant of the bizarre. And tonight I give you my heart. We will never be a nuclear family, but a rainbow will begin at our feet. And if you take my hand, beware that this boat can run aground, making the ocean floor weak. Catch a falling star, you'll go far in the pageant of the bizarre. And tonight I'll give you my heart. Catch a falling star, you'll go far in the pageant of the bizarre. And tonight I'll give you my heart. Catch a falling star, you'll go far in the pageant of the bizarre. Tonight I give you my heart. Catch a falling star, you'll go far in the pageant of the bizarre. Tonight I give you my Take a chance on me, yeah. You're my remedy, yeah. You may fall in deep, yeah. You'll find peace with me, yeah. Take a chance with me, yeah. You're my remedy, yeah. You may fall in deep, yeah. You'll find peace with me, yeah. Take a chance on me, yeah. You're my remedy, yeah. You may fall in deep, yeah. You'll find peace with me, yeah. You take a stroll into the morning sun. You make a happy meal, a portion for one. You steal the wallet of a man with a gun. You make this seem like a whole lot of fun. Yeah, you do. You're making shapes with your hands on a wall. You're drawing the net while you're taking a call. You wouldn't care if you had nothing at all. Instead of chasing the dream, you're tiger, I'll teach you to swim. Get right back on the saddle, push me on a swing. Take me to Rio, I'll take you to Berlin. I'll give you some yarn and you'll give it some spin. Yes, you will. Now you're sitting shirtless in an oak tree. You've tied our legs and so now we have three. You'll dip your toes into the ice cold sea. I see your reflection is me. Yes, you're just dodging all the friendly fire. You're never dressed in the right attire. You miss the start of every game. You're my flame. You make hay when the sun don't shine. You don't need a dollar, you don't need a dime. You burn at both ends, yet still you're fine. You're my flame. What do you do when you're in your place? What's going through your worldly mind? I wish I could see inside of your place. It looks like a better place than mine. Numbers divine. True maps are fine.
Maybe, Guillermo, if you want to stay here on this end, and that way I can pass you the microphone.
Okay, I'll stay here.
Thank you. All right. All right, good morning, Hanover. We are just about ready to begin our next discussion. It's a panel discussion, and the title of the panel this morning is The Fostering Growth and Export Success for Canadian Technology and Advanced Manufacturing Companies. So again, very interesting conversations to come. I'd like to turn it over and introduce Guillermo Freire from the Economic Development Canada, the group called EDC. So Guillermo, over to you.
Thank you. Bonjour. Good morning. Guten Morgen to everyone. Thanks for joining us here today. As Robert just said, I'm Guillermo Freire, executive from Export Development Canada. We're a crown corporation that has the mandate to support Canadian companies participating in international trade. Just a little bit about EDC before we start. We are the crown corporation and Canada's export credit agency. We've been operating for the last 80 years, supporting around $130 billion in trade, facilitating $130 billion in trade from Canada. Last year, we served about 27,000 customers with our financial and non-financial solutions. And we have also 16 offices in Canada and 23 representations around the world in Europe, in Asia Pacific, in Latin America, and in North America. Last year alone, we, as part of our strategy to promote diversification of trade from Canada, we opened a significant number of offices in Asia Pacific that include South Korea, Vietnam, Japan, the Philippines, and later this year we're planning to open an office in Thailand. During this panel, we will discuss Canadian innovation and examples of international opportunities and success, as well as how EDC engaged with companies both at home and in Canada and internationally. Canada's advanced manufacturing and digital tech technologies are renowned for their innovation, capacity, and robust capabilities. Fueled by a strong research and development environment, a highly skilled workforce, a significant investments in cutting-edge technologies like artificial intelligence, data analytics, robotics, additive manufacturing, these ecosystems empower industrial companies both in Canada and globally to drive automation and digital transformation, enhancing productivity, efficiency, and competitiveness. EDC is an integral part of these ecosystems, placing advanced manufacturing and digital technology at the heart of our strategy. So today, during the panel, we will present concrete case studies on examples and mechanisms how EDC works with Canadian companies and international companies to promote trade. So without further ado, I want to introduce our panelists today. So we have Alexandra Hidalgo, Vice President Customer Finance at ABB Group. She's the relationship lead of ABB partnership with EDC, where she plays a crucial role in aligning financial strategies to bolster Canada's export competitiveness. Welcome, Alejandra.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alejandra Hidalgo, and I work in ABB Export and Structured Finance at our headquarters in Zurich. I lead the global activities of related to customer finance, and I manage the network with financial institutions that finance our customer for ABB projects.
Thank you, Alejandra. We also have Sunil Vedula, who is the founder and CEO of NanoPrecise. Under Sunil's leadership, NanoPrecise has grown from a startup to a Series B stage company, helping advance predictive maintenance technologies while helping organizations meet their sustainability and net zero goals. Welcome, Sunil.
Thank you, Guillermo, and I think you already introduced me. And yeah, I mean, we grew from just a $2 million company to $11 million company right after EDC joined us as an investor. So that speaks a lot about the EDC's role and also in terms of the business connections, which we'll talk about quite a bit. So,
thank you, Sunil. And last but not least, we have Rémi Duquet, Vice President Industrial AI and Maya HCT. Rémi leads Maya's AI and Internet of Things team, which focuses on leveraging sensor fusion, machine learning, deep learning, machine vision, machine listening, and industrial-grade AI in support of business outcomes. Welcome, Rémi.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here today. And yeah, we've had a long journey with EDC, and they introduced essentially Maya HTT to large players around the world. As a medium-sized company, 250 people, it's difficult often to gain access to the CTO, CFO level, to engage into an industrial AI discussion. And thanks to them, we'll talk a little bit on some of the projects. But Maya overall, in the last 10 years alone, we've deployed 175 industrial AI projects. So we have a great, pedigree of AI implementations and integration in the industrial world.
Thank you, everyone. So the panelists that we have today are a good example of how EDC works with the ecosystem. We have an international giant. Can I call you ABB a giant that works very closely with EDC in promoting Canadian technology? We have a startup company in NanoPrecise, and a company that is developing very interesting technology. And we have a more mature company with Maya HCT, as they have been operating for a little bit now and have been already exporting internationally quite significantly. So maybe we can actually go a little deeper on the relationship between your organizations and EDC. Give an overview of maybe how that relationship started and what kind of solutions you've been using from EDC. Alejandro, can we start with you?
Absolutely. ABB is a global technology leader in electrification and automation. We connect engineering with digital expertise to help our customer be more efficient and sustainable. We have over 140 years of history. However, we stayed at the forefront of markets because we are constantly evolving. Currently, we are organized in 4 business areas. It is electrification, process automation, motion, and robotics. The business areas are further divided into 18 divisions, and each divisions have full accountability for their strategy and performance. That way, we remain agile and closer to the industries that we want to cover. ABB is a technology leader. We invest significantly in research and development. Last year, 2024, we invested $1.4 billion from our $34 billion revenues in R&D. Our main reason to be here is, however, the network of startups that we are constantly building up and that are essential for the development of cutting-edge technology for future growth. We are a global company. We are present in over 100 countries. But Canada, it has a very significant role in ABB. From the 105,000 people that we employ worldwide, 3,300 are employed in Canada, and a lot of these people are highly skilled workers. From the 170 manufacturing centers that we have all over, 15 manufacturing centers are in Canada. So we do have a presence in Canada. This has been recognized by EDC. We've been very fortunate to start a partnership with EDC that's given us a global framework for financing of our projects. The financing envelope has been in correlation with our presence there. And EDC gave us $2.9 billion so we can deploy those amounts in sustainable projects. It is very unique partnership, and we are using it both to develop our capabilities all over the world, but also to bring along the network of startups that we have in Canada. So we can combine our capabilities with EDC for the primary goals of EDC, which is to increase the development of highly skilled jobs in Canada and the export from Canada.
Thank you, Alejandra. Sunil, maybe can you describe a little bit how do you start working with EDC and the relationship today?
Sure, yeah. Just a little bit about our company, NanoPrecise. So what we are bringing is energy-centric predictive maintenance as a solution for the machineries in any kind of sector. So we use an IoT-based sensor and AI-powered software to prescribe right maintenance action on a right machine at the right time. And as you can understand, like basically our total addressable market size is over $50 billion, so it's massive. And to tap that kind of a market, we cannot do that ourselves. And that's where EDC has been really instrumental in supporting us in various ways. For example, they have we are very lucky as a company to get EDC as an investor, as a venture capital investor. So they led our Series B round, and then now they also participated in our Series C round based on strong financials that we have displayed. And more than that, I think the mentorship that we got from EDC executives when they joined our board was nothing less than some of the most influential Silicon Valley-based venture capital groups, right? So that speaks a lot about your venture team. Congratulations to EDC on that. And then apart from that, another thing is what we lack as a startup, because we are in a B2B space, not a B2C space, where relationships matter a lot, because we are dealing with doing business with companies like ExxonMobil, Shell, etc. And often it is important to do those first-hand connections, especially at the C-suite level or even at the plant manager level. And EDC has been really instrumental in extending those connections. And for example, like Monsef, thank you for the connection yesterday with one company, the pulp and paper mill company here. So it was really good, and they showed a lot of interest. So that tells a lot about what EDC can do especially for startups, especially for B2B startups. And the third thing that we found really interesting is because when you start, especially in a B2B area, everybody asks you for a demo and want to do a small projects. And the ROI is not really on the small projects. ROI is when you do a project of a minimum sample size for a minimum duration, because that's when you maximize your probability of success. That's what everybody is looking at. So EDC actually helped us with a program called Account Performance Security Guarantee, where we are guaranteeing the success for the customer based on the ROI, based on the KPIs, that you can take a leap of confidence, do a bigger project to go ahead with, rather than starting with really small and taking over years, because what startups don't have is time. They want to grow fast to get those venture returns. And a lot of companies, a lot of customers don't understand that, because of course, customers are really looking for, I will expand it when I get confidence, right? So they have their own sweet time, but startups don't. And to bridge that gap, EDC's program, Account Performance Security Guarantee, really gives that trust to the customers. Okay, we can bump it up a little bit and try a little bigger project, that even in the case that the startup is not successful in meeting their KPIs, at least my investment is safe. But if they are, then I get multiple times the return on my investment. And of course, that program is not, it is very meritocratic, that they saw what is our customer churn, which is less than 5%, and then net revenue retention, which was more than 115%. So they see all of these details, all of these metrics to really, make sure you can avail that program. But that program is really instrumental in, and it is valid for all the countries except, the sanctioned countries like North Korea, Russia, and all of that. So, and having trade commissioners in all these different countries means that EDC is truly global and helps you make global. And the impact of EDC has been, even we are a 125 people company, just founded in 2019, and $11 million in revenue. But we are present in almost 35% of our revenue comes from US, 17% comes from Canada, around 20% comes from India, and then the rest comes from APAC, Middle East, and Europe. So a company at such an early stage, so diversified, and still managing pretty good, healthy ratio of gross margin and all of that is not a joke. It's all because of EDC. So those are some of the things.
Thank you so much, Sunil. And I think you touched on three things that are, one of them we're going to explore later during the panel, which is the importance of market diversification. But you also talk a little bit about how you benefit from more than one solution from EDC. That is something I will always want to encourage the audience. EDC Some people know EDC because of our insurance solutions. Some others will know us because of our lending solutions. But not a lot of companies are taking the full advantage of the full suite of solutions that EDC has to offer. So that message is super important, and NanoPrecise is a great example of that. And the other thing that you mentioned is the TCS and the relationship that EDC has with what we call the Team Canada. So it's the TCS, it's Export Development Canada, it is the government of Canada, BDC as well, which is the Business Development Bank of Canada, and how do we work together to build an ecosystem of support for companies. So thanks for mentioning that as well. Remy, over to you. Talk us a little bit about Maya and how do you work with EDC?
Yep. So our relationship is perhaps a little bit more recent than NanoPrecise and others. Thanks to Monsef, who's in the audience today. We started our relationship about a little bit more than a year ago. And essentially, Maya HTT has started down the going abroad and establishing a subsidiary in other countries. So 8 years ago, we went to UK. 2 years ago, we went to France. And so now we're at a point where we're looking to EDC to help us, right, to say, okay, are we moving more into the South American market? Are we moving more in the Middle East market, depending on various components? So the introductions that we're getting from EDC to very large corporations is helping us, find a landing pad, essentially, right? Once you have, once you land a really significant client, it's a lot easier to build a little team around and then start your, essentially your subsidiary in another country. So all the help that we're getting right now to get these introductions at a very high level are helping Maya first position itself as we are in Canada the largest industrial AI company. So it's not to minimize what we do, but it's also that we do need help to go abroad and make us known abroad for our capability. So that's really the key elements right now that we are very fortunate to get from EDC, and it's working really well. We've been introduced to MAPA in the Middle East and Clabin in South America and many others. So I'm sure we will land some very interesting projects and continue our expansion thanks to EDC's portfolio. And we might leverage other services in the near future. We're contemplating that as well.
Thank you, merci, Remy. And absolutely, we'll happy to help you. I think both you, NanoPrecise, and you, Remy, mentioned our Connections program. And this is a program where we understand Canadian capabilities. We spend a little bit of time working with Canadian companies and then understanding the needs of international players like ABB. And then we put the two and two together and make introductions. So that's one of our non-financial offerings that we have for the benefit of Canadian companies. So maybe back to you, Remy. So as a Canadian company bringing new solutions to the global marketplace, what opportunities do you see in working in markets, let's not say south of the border, but away from North America, and in navigating international growth? And I'll ask the same question to you, Sunil, after.
Yeah. So, I mean, the expansion is always, it was mentioned before, on the B2B side, a lot of it depends on trust, right? So building trust with, especially on the AI front. So industrial AI is a newer market, and for us, it's been developing for the last 10 years. Thanks to the ecosystem in Canada, we have huge talent. I mean, we have 2 Nobel Prizes that were, earned by Canadian researchers. I think it's tribute to the amazing talent pool that we have from an AI perspective in Canada. So we, as a company, benefited from that and really launched into industrial AI. And that's how we essentially acquired all the talent that we had locally, both in Montreal, Toronto, and out west in Regina. So that's kind of now what we need to export, right, as our talent base into those other markets. But the biggest hurdle is the trust. And EDC brings that credibility that goes with that trust that needs to be earned, of course, over time with what we will deploy with the clients. but the entry point is really the catalyst to help us do business in those communities. Certainly right now we're looking forward to expansion in South America specifically. We have a lot of solutions that we've deployed in Canada on the mining sector and on the pulp and paper sectors that can definitely be easily exported to those countries. So we're in those markets, so now we're navigating a little bit of the language and other components, but definitely looking forward to that expansion.
Merci, Remy. Sunil?
Yeah, I mean, we, when you're starting, right, when you're trying to export out of Canada, when you go to some event, everybody wants your technology. Like, there will be so many traders coming from Middle East. Oh, can we be your distributor? So it becomes really congested, and we need to, because we can't do everything. We have to decide what to do. So that's where I talked to my mentor at EDC, and he mentioned that you got to strategize, you need to select, based on the country's credit risk rating, where to do business, because you have to be careful about whether you will get the money back or not, right? And apart from that, so it was EDC's experience in that way, dealing with so many countries, and what are the risks in each country, and what are the main sectors of each country, and where the automation potential is high, and based on the country's GDP per capita, right? So all of these were really helpful from EDC for us to be able to strategically target and filter down those opportunities, those countries, and so that helped us make our ICP, ideal customer portfolio, profile of how do we want to select the opportunities, because you can't just do all of them. You have to be really strategic. So EDC really helped us define that. And apart from that, I think when we decide that we would like to go into this territory, EDC's as Remy mentioned, EDC's reputation that a government is backing this company from that country makes a lot of difference, and that adds a weightage that, this is something that we can look at, because just as some standalone company, one country going to another country does not have much, especially in B2B, where relationships and the trust that you mentioned are extremely important. So having EDC's backing is extremely good. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunil. Alejandra, back to you. So as an international company with a global operation, so what makes Canada a key component on ABB's global footprint? And on the other hand, how does Canada benefit from ABB's large presence in the country?
Yeah, there are several reasons why Canada plays an important role in our global footprint. We are living a very special moment in time and history. So let's go through the fundamentals, and that is the competitive advantages of the country. First, Canada is a stable, business-friendly country and provides the right environment for ABB's long-term investments. We are leaders in operational technology. Our investments in Canada are primarily manufacturing capacity that requires the ability to plan in the long term. Then Canada has a fantastic infrastructure and a network of organizations that promote foreign direct investment. Canada has a very well-working education system that promotes the development of highly skilled workforce. And also we have things like a very visible immigration programs for highly qualified individuals. And I could continue with the list. But what is very important to this audience is that Canada has a thriving hub for innovative startups. And that is essential for ABB to develop the cutting-edge technologies that we want for future growth. We're constantly scouting for startups in Canada. We in ABB has a very good organization for for integrating, promoting cooperation with these startups. We have, for instance, a framework for venture capital. So we have an organization that invests in minority stakes in very attractive technologies. So we can follow the growth of that company, we can support that growth, we can integrate those startups in the global market. And for that, we use as a partner EDC, which is fundamental for visibility over those startups, and also the support that we can jointly provide, not only financially, but also resources, so these startups can achieve a more mature stage. Also, what is very relevant to this audience, I mean, ABB has very well-defined activities to integrate these startups. Every year, we launch the so-called ABB Startup Challenge. And there, first of all, we announce what are our technology gaps. So what sort of profiles of startups we're looking for. Then we select companies, we go through their technologies, and we select a winner. Then the winner receives the opportunity to collaborate with ABB to develop products for our customers, to get access to international markets. And we have even collaborations with Microsoft, and also we have an internal company that acts as our startup accelerator, and that is called Synerleaps. And some of you, startups from Canada, have already cooperations with Synerleap. Lastly, I wanted to say that if you have any interest in going in more detail about the programs that we have a full set of information in our website.
Thank you, Alejandra. And I think the cue that Alejandra just gave to everyone was to put on your favorites the ABB page, so you are up to date on all the initiatives that you have and how do you work with new companies and upcoming technologies. So thanks for that. Remy, back to you. So you talk a little bit about how EDC is helping you already. So I guess this is the feedback question. What do you think EDC could do more to support your international growth?
Do more. That's a good question. More introductions, although it's already an amazing pace of introductions, but for sure, B2B, the more introductions we get at the high level in those additional countries, especially in South America, I think would be awesome. Beyond that, I think as a medium-sized company, certainly some of the mentoring, I think that, and the other financial services that are to be contemplated and potentially offered in the future are definitely areas where we will look forward to in the future. But for now, really, it's all about establishing more links outside of, for us, outside of Canada to continue our growth and our significant growth, if I may say so, on the industrial AI side especially. But we also have simulation capabilities on the engineering side. So we have a fairly wide portfolio with 35 products that we also want to continue to expand in South America and in Europe. And certainly the geopolitical trade barriers right now will probably force us to do more, even more, and be more agile and being more rapid to deploy in those other countries. So helping us find the right mix to not accumulate any bad debt, as we mentioned before. And I think through the introduction from EDC, it's a two-way as well, right? So we also know that the companies that you're introducing us to are very solid and we can do business with, right? So it reduces significantly the risk, and at the same time making those introduction and making us essentially be a reliable potential partner for that other company. So on both sides, it's brilliant the way that the setup is at the moment, and so just more of the same, I think, at the moment would be my ask. But yeah, I don't want to be greedy either.
So Sunil, maybe you're already at EDC what we call a multi-solutions user. Anything else that you think that EDC could do to support your international growth?
One thing I can think, I mean, of course, like just to put it in perspective, I was in a Australia trade mission recently, and on Indonesia trade mission, and one of the guys from Export Finance Australia, which is like pretty much similar to EDC in Canada, were telling, wow, like the level of support that EDC does to their companies, right? Like Export Finance Australia tries to do that, but it still has a lot of catching to do with what EDC does for companies in Canada. So that tells you a lot. The benchmark is already very high with EDC. But having said that, I'm of the opinion there's always a scope for growth, and betterment. So one thing I would suggest is that if in different countries you have some kind of a trade mission or any kind of you can say any particular like a meeting or a trade fair, it would be good to bring people very specifically from like for example you call it as a manufacturing fair for that country, and you bring you choose all the chief operating officer or the chief let's say director of maintenance or reliability in different companies to that particular event, and then you call all the different Canadian companies who are doing digital transformation in that event. So what that does is that basically puts not just the right companies but the right audience who can make quick decisions. So that is would be very important, not just selecting the right companies but also the right audience in those companies. So that's something that can be improved to have a targeted matchmaking kind of thing. Yeah.
Thank you, Sunil. I think the importance of having the right people in the right place making decisions. Alejandra, back to you. So as a large company, attending Hannover Messe, what advanced manufacturing and technology solutions are you looking for?
We have several strategic priorities that relate to software, digitalization, and AI. These include, for instance, increasing the digital component in our products, developing industrial software, developing embedded software in our services to increase digital services, to increase differentiation. We have as a central topic embedding AI into our business operations and our products. We have very specific goals in upgrading the level of autonomy of our robotics applications through AI. As I said, for specific topics that we have currently, we announced those in things like, for instance, the ABB Startup Challenge. And I encourage you, if you see yourself reflected in those requirements, please do not hesitate to enroll for possible participation in these challenges or for collaborations with our startup accelerator, Synerleap.
Thank you, Alejandra. So this has been a really interesting conversation. We've covered quite a bit of range between what opportunities are out there, how EDC can help, the different kinds of companies at different stages, also growth. And I think we have probably a few minutes for a couple of questions for the audience. If anyone wants to ask a question for any of the panelists or myself, we can do that. Okay, well, thank you so much. This has been a great conversation. Really, thank you, Alejandra. Thank you, Sunil and Remy, for sharing your experiences of how you work with EDC, sharing also what you see as the opportunities to expand internationally and diversify your markets, and how do you, ABB works in Canada, looking for technologies that will support your strategic vision. So that's all from us. Thank you very much. Thank you to the panelists again, and hopefully everyone has a great show.
The sound of the night, walking under busy city lights. The smell of the street, people locking eyes and matching beats. You're looking at me, stripping me of my only defense. It's easy to see what you got in mind with your intent. In the evening, we rise and fall as one, never leaving that place where we are from. One step away from losing my Kool-Aid. It's you, like night and day. You've taken me somewhere so new, so new, so new, so new, Please help me again. Give me some hope to remain. When you are inside me, I lose my mind for the way you are thinking. Please wake up to see there's no way out for me to be. While you're coming closer, I'm moving back to let you be stronger.
See, I can't take no more. Have you heard me? I just can't stand no more of your life. Give me all your love, baby. Make my world alright. I like to make
a soul. It's all that we are now, and every soul can lift up hearts now. And if we stay lost, how can we begin to find? If we stay alive, how can we receive this light? If we stay lost, how can we begin to find? Never knew a light like this. Oh, yes. Never knew a light like this. Oh, never knew a light like this. Oh, it can go. All that is golden, all that we're thinking, every soul now, what are we living? And if I say yes, how can I repress my light? And if I ask why, how can I free up my sight? It's been so long to go for the right reasons for now. It's been so long to go. All we must believe is so need to go for the right reasons for now.
All right. Good morning, Hanover. It's time for our next presentation. And this presentation is from a company called Mode 40. It's based in Manitoba in Canada. Today, the title of the presentation is From Legacy to Smart Factories, Navigating the Digital Transformation Journey. And I'm pleased to present to you Tracy Gromniski, Chief Product Officer, where disruption is her middle name, apparently.
Yes, disruption is my middle name.
And I'm happy to say that Mode 40 is another company that is a partner of NGen. So welcome, Tracy. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Robert. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for coming in right before lunch and spending a bit of time with me today. I really appreciate it. So we're going to talk briefly this morning about that digital transformation and going from your legacy factory into the factory of the future, and talk about how that digital transformation has a lot of, like, why should we do it? How do we get there? What are the things that we should look at? And then what are the cool things happening in the future that we're starting to see here in Hannover, and then how that's going to be interpreted in their factory. And so one of the biggest things that I think we need to be cognizant of is the manufacturing landscape is changing, and we're seeing that economically, and we're actually seeing this through manufacturing processes. And so the rising labor costs, the skilled labor shortage, we're seeing a lot of that popping up across all manufacturing sectors. Global competition and supply chain disruptions, this is top of mind for everybody right now. We're seeing a lot of the tariff implementations, and we're seeing a lot of impact, and like the movement of product is being impacted across all countries globally. And the increased demand for efficiency, and so everybody wanting to chase down carbon credits and trying to apply sustainable practices across organizations, really a driving factor to move towards a digitization and process optimization. And then rising material costs. Everything is increasing as far as costs are concerned. Labor is costing more, materials are costing more, movement of materials is costing more, and so how do we provide all of our manufacturers with the tools that they need to get the most out of their manufacturing practices? What are the realities of legacy manufacturing? A lot of the times what we're seeing is siloed data. So data is existing on a PLC, on the machine, and we're not getting that data out. We're seeing it living in Excel spreadsheets, or it's only in your ERP system. We're not seeing it holistically gathered together to drive optimal decision making in your factory, on your manufacturing floor, especially in real time. Paper-based processes. The cost of losing one piece of paper could cost a company up to $1,200, especially if it's on the quality and compliance side of things, to be able to take the time to find that piece of paper. If that paper is part of an audit process, that becomes very expensive to an organization, and that data then has to be touched multiple times and be managed. And so not only are you taking the time to collect it on paper, now you're translating that into some type of system, and then you're doing some type of reporting, and now we're having to scan it to file it, or we're filing it in a filing cabinet, and then we're moving those boxes after 7 years. All of those times that you have to touch that piece of paper are costing businesses a lot of money. That manual data collection, so going back to that paper process, or we're walking around and we're gathering chart recorder pieces of paper, or we're writing information down, or production plans and schedules are on paper and they're moving across your plant, that disparity and that manual data collection as you're gathering temperatures from different areas, or collecting cycle times, all of that information is manually being gathered and having to be typed in and collected and put somewhere to be able to report and manage it. And then limited real-time visibility. If all of this stuff is happening on paper and separated across the organization and is not somewhere in a holistic fashion, what we're seeing is you have delayed ability to actually make decisions. And so something could be happening on your line. Had you known it was happening, you could have been reactive in real time and made a decision to actually reduce the quality fails, reduce the waste, increase that throughput. But because you only found out about it end of shift, end of day, or 2 days later, you had no ability to be able to actually act on it. The financial impact of inefficiencies, 20% of every dollar spent in manufacturing is wasted due to inefficiencies as part of all of those items that I listed earlier. That accumulates to about $50 billion in annual costs of unplanned downtime to an organization when it comes to those inefficiencies. So why do we need digital transformation in this space? Reducing knowledge loss. Institutional knowledge is now walking out the door with all of the baby boomers retiring. So the 25, 30-year veterans in our factories that are managing and making those decisions, because they've been here for 25, 30 years, and they inherently know all of this information, is now walking out the door. And to be able to skill up our labor forces now is so extensive, and that knowledge is likely to not be reproduced. And so your productivity actually goes down every time one of those key stakeholders or operators leaves the facility. Market demands. So having that ability to be agile and deploy new product or enter a new market is key, specifically right now where we need to be able to pivot, and not having the tools in place to be able to do that will actually limit your ability to access those markets. Cost reduction, like we said before, everything's costing more money, so the less waste we have, the more money we're going to save. Those workforce challenges, it's not just the institutional knowledge walking out the door, it's also the skilled labor shortage that we're seeing across the board. We're not, the number of people that are entering the workforce is much less than the people exiting the workforce, and so it's not a one-to-one either. So now what 5 people were doing, there's only the ability to translate that into about 2 people now. And so in order to offset that labor shortage, we're going to have to digitize those processes, provide efficiencies, and automate things as much as we possibly can. Reactive manufacturing, if you're doing everything from historical data, now you're just making reactive decisions and delayed decisions, and that won't be able to proactively impact what you're doing right now on your manufacturing floor. So you're not going to be as efficient, you're not going to be able to reduce that waste, you're not going to be able to get in front of those quality issues to be able to prevent all of that rework that's happening or scrap that's happening. And then regulatory and compliance. When we're talking all of the regs that are coming in, whether it's GDPR or it's SQF or any other compliance program that your industry has to report to, that is administrative burden that oftentimes has to take a lot of man hours to be able to consolidate all that documentation, do all of the version control, and all of that data collection to be able to produce the reports for those audits. And that traceability and that compliance needs to be in place and systemized in order to reduce that administrative burden. So here's some of the pitfalls that I've seen. I've been doing this for 26 years, and so here are the common themes that I have found in the digital transformation space where we see those fails. So when they say 98% of software projects fail, usually it's one of these reasons why, and I will tell you from experience, it's very, very few times that I have seen that it's the tool that was the problem. It's likely one of these other things. And so tech first versus strategy first approach, it is so often that we think, oh, well, the answer is a new solution, and pick X. It's a new QMS solution. That's going to solve all of my problems. And we forget to think about what is the strategy around how we're going to implement that solution? How is it going to change? How is that going to upstream and downstream feed the rest of the organization and benefit the rest of the organization? So instead of having a strategy, we're implementing these silo problem solutions in place, not thinking about what does that look like holistically. Moving on to my second point, lack of a holistic approach. You should be building out an ecosystem in your digital transformation, not point solutions. Look at the business as a whole, all the way from your ERP to your warehouse management system, to your quality management system, and to your operational system on your plant floor. They all need to work together. All of that data needs to be connecting and working together to have that optimized manufacturing flow all the way to from front-end business sales, all the way to customer delivery on the shipping side of things. Pilot purgatory is my favorite thing to talk about. Everybody, when they take the first step and they're like, we're going to do digital transformation, but we're going to start with a pilot or a proof of concept. And then we do it, and we do it in such a narrow focus, and then it doesn't have immediate value because we had banked on the expectation that this was going to be so transformative that it becomes this pilot purgatory and just sits there in isolation, and everybody ignores it, and it becomes the bane of everybody's existence. We're like, well, that didn't work, and so like we're just going to pretend it didn't happen. And so it just sits there unused, and none of the value and the lessons learned are actually taken from that, and iteratively and in an agile fashion taken to the next level. You can try things in a very small space to test them to see how they're going to work as part of your whole manufacturing plant digital transformation, but don't just let it die there. Do something with it. Either take it and call it a proof of concept, exactly what it is, and when it's done, turn it off and then move on to the next thing, or use it as a pilot and do different iterations on it and tweak it and update it until it is something that you want it to be, and then integrate it into the rest of your organization. And then change resistance, people and processes before technology. Everybody seems to go to the technology first. They're like, if we have the right tool, everything's going to be fine. We just have to find the perfect tool, and it's going to be great, and everybody's going to love it. Well, I promise you, nobody will love it. It doesn't matter how great it is. And if it's something different than what they're using today, they're going to be mad about it. And I try to buy donuts as often as possible to influence, and I always find that key stakeholder that like everybody looks up to, and I buy them Burger King, and I buy them donuts, and I do anything that I can to get their buy-in and their adoption, because that's how things actually move forward, because it's actually about the people and how it's going to impact them. That is where you're actually going to derive the value, and that's where a lot of things fail, because we think the tool's going to solve all the business problems, but it's the people and the processes that are using the tools that are actually the ones that are going to solve the problems. So the central highway for smart operations, when you're going to be building out your digital ecosystem, You need to be able to format the data and model the data in a way where you can connect all of the things together. And so your data coming out of your PLCs, off of your assets on your floor, all the way from the data coming from your sales demand, from your ERP system to your quality management data, you want to be able to trend that data and put it all together to be able to provide the proper reporting and analytics to be able to drive those business decisions in real time and retrospectively, and to forecast out. How did that look like historically when we did that? And if we want to introduce something new, what does that look like moving forward? So why it matters and the business impact, we want to make that the single source of truth. And so that unified namespace and that data model is how you're going to be pivoting all of that reporting off of. And so it's no small feat to be able to get to that space. This is usually in line when there's an implementation of some sort of data lake, but it doesn't need to be. This can be done not pumping all of your data into a data lake or using a Tableau or a Power BI or some type of BI tool. This is simple practice to set you up to succeed. Oftentimes in these digital transformation practices, when we do a lot of the work that we're doing, I always work from the report backwards. What does the business need to see to be able to drive business decisions? And then I ensure that all of the data that is being collected is in line and can roll up to be able to produce those reports in aggregation. We want to drive real-time decision making. So everybody, you walk around here, everybody's doing AI. We all want to do AI. AI is cool. Your data's got to be ready. You cannot lay AI on top of bad data. Garbage in, garbage out still applies, whether it's on like traditional reporting structures or using AI. We want to improve efficiency, so having all of that data tied together to be able to drill down and see this quality fail trend comes off of how this asset downtime is usually relevant or associated to all the way back to we actually had a labor shortage, to be able to tie all of that back in together. If we can't have that overlay and have that data structure in place, we can't see those trends and associate those together to be able to find the root cause for that problem and be able to make things better and apply continuous improvement practices. And we want to be scalable and future-proofing. You want to scale your business. You want to be able to model things around something that can actually roll up and roll down. So if you're at an enterprise level and you're multiple sites, you want to make sure that if you are wanting to make a business decision on, we want to grow the business and we want to bring on this new client and we want to produce this product for them, where should I actually be allocating the production of that product? Where is my capacity currently in my business? Which location, which line? Where am I going to have the most efficient production of that product? So this is my standard roadmap to the majority of my digital transformation projects. So we want to start by defining, what do we want to define? We want to define what's important for the business. Do we want to scale? Do we want to apply traceability? Do we want to align technologies? Do we want to increase our sustainability practices? Then we want to assess. So we want to assess our current processes. We want to assess our current systems. We want to assess our readiness to be able to do digital adoption. Not everybody has the workforce and the resources to do digital adoption. This isn't something you can only do on the side of your desk for 5 minutes a day. This is something that needs to have dedicated resources against it to do it effectively. We want to identify and pinpoint challenges such as data silos, all of the integrations that we would need to get there, places where we can't collect data, how do we get the data? So there may be somewhere on your line where you're wanting to do a vision system and collect the data. If you don't have the infrastructure in place and the networking in place to be able to connect a device to feed that back, then that's going to be a barrier to entry, and you'll have to address that first before you'll be able to move anything forward. Prioritization. I always say that you need to do the foundational things first and build off of them. So starting with that data backbone, having a proper implementation plan and strategy and approach on how you're going to be rolling this out. But not just that. What you also want to keep in mind is it's really important to find some quick wins right out of the gate. Because if you don't find some quick wins right out of the gate, this is a marathon, not a sprint. And if you're not seeing those quick wins and that quick turn to value right out of the gate, it's going to get exhausting. And so try planning some of that, they call it low-hanging fruit right out of the gate. I call them quick wins. Try to plan some of those early on because that will gain that momentum and that excitement. It will also help on the adoption side, especially if you find something of real great value for your operators on their floor. You're increasing their quality of work life. You're going to see a lot of advantages by doing some of that on your prioritization. Then you want to go out and build your digital processes from your manual processes, start integrating your systems, start designing and implementing your data backbone. And then you want to start some automation. And so once you have all of that infrastructure in place, you can start automating. So you, instead of manually collecting those weight measurements on the line, you can implement check weighers and then integrate them directly into your SCADA system, feed that data directly into your quality management system, and just do a verification on it instead of that standard we're writing things out on paper or running around with chart recorder printouts. So here's some examples of some smart factory technologies in action. So some real-time data analysis on the floor during production monitoring. This is tying your current production schedule into your current assets like OEE, OE, PE, all directly on the line so we can see what your current status is, what is your cycle times on your production. Connected workflows, so integrating those digital systems. So if something does go down on the floor, it's actually notifying production planning so they can actually recalculate your production schedule to optimize and work around that downtime. Machine data and IoT, so if we're going to be collecting vision system pictures off the floor, if we're label scanners off the floor, integrating all of that data into the system so it's associating back to the right production order and we can drive those business decisions. If things aren't printing properly on the end of the line or if we're having issues on the front of the line for supply to make sure that we're getting product stage where we need to, when we need to. And then there's that seamless integration at the end. So your systems should all be talking to each other, ensuring that we're always maintaining that source of truth in between the systems. And so you don't want to just one-way integrate all the way through. You need to make sure and identify and understand as part with your digital transformation team that your financial data should, your source of truth should live in your ERP system, your production data should live in your MES, and what data does flow and where that source of truth lies for each of those pieces of data. So here's a case study. So we had a client that wanted to optimize batch consistency and traceability with pre-weight checks on their batching system. So the batching was done manually through paper forms. So like we were talking about before, validations, no validations, batches wasted or reworked. We had no tracking of that whatsoever. There was no visibility into the inventory used or updates for batching, and absolutely no traceability. So what did we do? We installed electronic recipe records and scan guns for pre-weigh scale systems. We connected directly into the ERP. We implemented traceability via batch IDs, and then we automated process modifications and adjustments based on materials actually consumed as we were in production. The outcomes, we had consistency in batches, quality increases, and reduction in waste and rework. The estimated calculation was $3 million of ROI over 1 year in increased yields, waste reduction, and repurposing of staff. So significant changes in value in what was perceived as a very small project for that client. So what does that future of manufacturing look like? And what is the role of agentic AI in factories? So like we talked about earlier, all of that data that's being collected, AI can actually go in and start doing that analysis on that AI for you and surface some of that information in real time when now you don't need to have somebody sitting there watching the data. Could you imagine sitting and watching spreadsheets of data all day, every day, trying to identify some of these issues? And a lot of times they're compounded where they're so minute that you're actually only seeing them over time once they're actually being analyzed, and that visualization is there to detect those. unless you build out your spreadsheet or your Power BI report to actually look at something specific, you may not know that there's something going on your plant. That's where these agents or AI can be used to be able to, like large swath, look at these data sets and be able to detect those anomalies. So moving towards Industry 5.0, human and AI collaboration. One of the biggest things is, and the hesitancy in a lot of the space, is AI is going to replace humans. That's not the purpose of what AI is there for. We're talking about labor shortages. We're talking about digital transformation. And what we're wanting to use AI for is to actually empower users to be more productive and increase their performance and get rid of all of those tedious, mindless tasks that they're being burdened with, and have them do value-added activities in collaboration with AI. So all of that mindless analysis doesn't need to be done. Now they can just target the issues and the problems that we're seeing on the plant floor and work through those to optimize your production. There's many trends in hyper-automation and intelligent manufacturing, so there's lots of robotic processes going on. You can see Festo over there. They have lots of robotics and interactions between software and robotics that are happening on the floor. We're still going to need a lot of labor to be able to operate those robots and make those decisions, because they're only as good, the systems and the robots are only as good as the data that they're provided and the information that they're provided. And then humans still need to be able to drive those decisions and validate them as they go through it. And so we're seeing a lot of movement in that direction. The concept of the factories that are blackout factories is very, very small. It is a very limited space. I don't know if I'll see it in my lifetime that it's across the board where we see these blackout factories. What we're trying to do is just increase the throughput, decrease the waste, and do things the most efficiently as possible. So digital transformation isn't about replacing what works, it's about making it better. I always look at it as it's a tool in the toolkit, and we just want to make things better. Overall, be more efficient, be more effective, and at the end of the day, we all just want to make money in manufacturing. So that's it for me. If anybody has any questions, I can answer any questions. Yeah. Oh, that one. Agentic AI and Industry 5.0, or the last one? Hyperautomation. I wouldn't disagree. They're very similar. I think the hyperautomation isn't just AI. I think the hyperautomation is the implementation of the systems to support and is layered on with AI and robotics. And so on the left, we're just talking about AI in general. We're on the right, we're talking about all of that as an ecosystem working together. Any other questions? Good question, though. Thank you. Perfect.
Thanks so much, Tracy. And again, just to repeat, Mode 40 is actually here in Hall 7. So if there's any follow-up questions or interest to follow up on exactly what Mode 40 delivers, that'd be fantastic. Look up Tracy.
Absolutely.
Thanks again.
Thanks for coming out.
Thanks, Tracy.
Thank you.
Got me a book.
Welcome back. So one of our Hall 7 colleagues, Sanskriti of Asasoft, all the way from Victoria, British Columbia, Canada, is here to talk to us about grid modernization technology. Sanskriti, thank you. Take it away.
Thank you, Brendan. Good afternoon to anyone who's listening. My name is Sanskriti Padmawar. I work at Asasoft as a junior software developer and a business analyst. So it's a pleasure for me to be here talking about grid modernization and with an emphasis on lightweight polymer insulators, IoT casings, and just in general how to make the grid more reliable as a whole. So I like to start these off with a fun fact. According to the OECD, which is the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, it reports that the global grid investment will double from 300 billion to 600 billion by the end of 2030. And while the International Energy Agency, the IEA, confirms that the grid expansion must accelerate twice as fast as the previous decade. So here at Asasoft, we design polymer insulators to improve grid reliability and efficiency with an expertise in high voltage insulation for transmission lines on the distribution and transmission side. And we also aim to incorporate smart grid integration and clean tech solutions for a more resilient grid infrastructure. So if anyone is to have questions by the end of this session, the CEO of Asasoft is sitting right here, Rajkumar Padmawar. We're at D28 if you're interested, and for any technical questions, we invite you to engage and ask questions, whatever you like. So let's get started. And I'm going to be giving you a quick background on Asasoft's expertise, and here's a short video showcasing our specialization in high voltage insulation.
One thing that we always see on boulevards is the hydro poles, and that's a landscape which is never going to change because we all need power. There's a very important element that is sitting on that hydro pole is an insulator. This has been, since the 1900s, mostly a porcelain insulator, which are heavy in weight, which are hygroscopic in nature, attracts moisture and dust. And these are the products that also develop hairline cracks over a period of time. And then now we come to polymer insulators, which is made of as it's much lighter in weight, close to 70% less when compared to the traditional products. It's not going to have any of the hairline cracks that you would see in the traditional products that is made of porcelain. It gives you 4 hermetic seals with a built-in corona ring, and it's got an enhanced self-cleaning and hydrophobic properties, which work up to -80 on the negative side, and on the positive side, about 50 degrees. At this point, we're giving you a product that is above and beyond the industry standard, which is CSA and ANSI. Asasoft is into technology of creating the products, which is lightweight insulators. 2 million of these field tested in 19 countries until 2013. And in 2013, we partnered with Corate, and we brought in their field experience since 1898. At Corate, we give a lot of emphasis on people, planet, and the profits. Whether it is our stakeholders, whether it is our partners, whether it's our customers, we want to do above and beyond what the legislation is and what the standards are, just to get these things right.
So just to give you a little bit of our background on how we like to conduct our company operations, traditionally manufacturing follows a hierarchical model where execution and decision making is flowing from the top down, but however at Asasoft we like to implement a more of a decentralized approach, one that involves more collaboration and kind of represents a roundabout model. So each partner in our network is a leader in their own domain, whether it's R&D, logistics, marketing, or manufacturing. And by leveraging decentralized approach, I believe our expertise and more of a stronger collaboration is taken about to increase productivity and simplify operations, and deliver a greater value to both our customers and our organization. So here, advancing insulation from -35, which is the lower bound of IEC standards, to -80 degrees Celsius was a monumental leap for our technology. Our insulators, which are made of Cordic Asa armor galv coating and a sophisticated silicone, can withstand temperatures ranging from -80 degrees Celsius to +70 degrees Celsius. So with more than 3,000 hours of exposure to salt fog, this guarantees long-term durability even in the most severe conditions. Globally, transmission energy losses are about 8% of total power transmitted, which is equating to over 13,000 terawatt hours. So reducing these losses by even 0.1% with better insulator technology can result in emission reductions of over 4 million tons of CO2. So this is equivalent to CO2 emissions of 450 million gallons of gasoline. And our composite insulators have more than 5 million installations and have been field tested in 19 different countries to minimize downtime and, of course, improve grid performance again. So as a part of ASA's R&D, we conduct tracking wheel tests. This is to mimic real-world degradation through controlled dry and wet cycles. This is basically to forecast insulator lifespan and long-term performance. So the objective of our research is to basically analyze the damage sustained by the rubber shed. Our tracking wheel is utilized to replicate a real-time scenario by applying chemical and electrical stress to the product. And this design has adopted a base working functionality and has expanded to a more user-friendly equipment, which contains also data harvesting equipment as well. So this basically considers key parameters such as applied voltage, the number of dry and wet cycles performed, leakage current measurements, and the overall test duration. All of this is recorded using a data logger, and this basic programming that's implemented into the equipment gives us flexibility to add or remove data. And we conduct tracking wheel technology to also rigorously validate our IoT casings to guarantee their dependability and longevity. We can evaluate how these shells function when mounted on high voltage equipment in the fields by simulating real world situations. So that will also come up in another slide. And this tracking wheel also runs under test cycles which are around the number of 30,000. So although it's mostly used as a validation tool, it offers vital information about how well the casings and our product actually functions during constant operational wear. So on the left here is a small animation of our tracking wheel. And on the right, it's basically another part of our testing procedures. So we cut out tiny silicone pieces to evaluate surface characterization, and once a predetermined number of cycles have been completed, we evaluate changes in the molecular composition by examining the top 2 micrometers of the polymer using FTIR spectroscopy and SFG spectroscopy to examine the top 1 nanometer of the material as well. So to obtain a deeper understanding of surface level deterioration, we can also look at the structural integrity with this approach. And by combining these methods, we can assess the effects of environmental impacts and aging to guarantee that the insulators continue to operate well in high voltage applications. So here's another slide basically just talking about applications of our IoT casings and embedded systems. Again, we use these to mount them over the tracking wheel to ensure long-term performance. And we improve the embedded systems continuously by constantly tweaking our R&D as much as possible. And as we might know, the power industry struggles with aging infrastructure. The industry also struggles with bulky insulators, energy losses, and environmental concerns. This is leading to grid inefficiency, safety risks, and high maintenance costs. And ASA tackles these challenges with lightweight polymer insulators by enhancing grid resilience, efficiency, and reliability. So lightweight technology reduces installation time, cost, and labor due to its lighter weight, hence the name. Our longer lifespan minimizes replacements and also boosts performance. These self-cleaning properties through molecular migration also lowers maintenance costs. And polymer construction prevents corrosion and strengthens durability, Armor galvanization withstands extreme weather as well. So our solutions provide safety, cut emissions, and drive sustainable grid modernization. So the grid shifting from a linear model to a decentralized model. It's also incorporating a bidirectional system to integrate distributed power resources or sources. However, aging infrastructure relies on outdated, environmentally harmful materials that lacks automation. This makes grid modernization more challenging, and with grid expansion lagging behind demand, the utility scale plants become harder to build, which is optimizing smaller and distributed resources for what are essential for scalability and resilience as well. So here at ASA, we use thermal imaging to further assess material degradation. It's also crucial for assessing high voltage insulator performance under stress. So the hotspots in thermal rings, like the orange spots you see here, are indicating localized heatings from the electrical contact. This signals early insulation deterioration, so our goal is to integrate more of these solutions to analyze our product, again with the FTIR and SFG spectroscopy for a deeper surface analysis. And then these animations are, there is a physical difference, it's very small, but the lip on these slides are referring to a bead. It's a thicker outer edge of the shed. And this basically allows water to drip off easier without collecting under the shed to, again, incorporate moisture and therefore leading to algae. So those were animations from our digital twin project. This video is our power arc testing, which is also, after our power arc testing, we actually test the moisture ingress. So these are some stats and some of the process that goes along with that. So this is after testing, and then this is more of the procedure in detail. So ASASoft insulators also satisfy stringent requirements of North American utilities, such as PG&E, which is the biggest utility company in the United States. So major West Coast utility companies rely on our products because fire-resistant polymer composites are essential in modernizing the grid and saving maintenance costs, and also reducing the risk of failure. So these objectives are also consistent with PG&E's environmental goals and their goals of maintaining resilient infrastructure. And ASASoft aims to solidify its position as a pioneer in next-generation grid solutions by satisfying demanding performance requirements. So thank you for attending the session. Here we have our booth and contact information, and if required, again, Raj is here if you have any more technical questions, and thank you.
Sanskrit, thank you very much. And if you'd like to learn more, just on the other side.
Yes, of this stage.
Thank you. And we'll be back at noon with radio wires.
darkness falls, you come alive. And it's incredible the things you do. You try and try and try to understand, but something always gives you the blues. Yeah, something always gives you the blues. The whispers, the warning of love. The whispers, the warning of love. It's not insanity, this thing you have. It's quite miraculous, an artist's streak. I try and try and try to understand, but then I also get the blues. The blues. The blues. The whispers, the warning of love. The whispers, the warning of love. I get the blues. Hey! The whispers of love. The whispers of love. The blues. I. Strange voice, an answer only. Seconds replace minutes as there appeared before me.
stuff. Thank you. Nobody wants to see me.
Show up. Once we start making noise, people come to see us in Hall 7. So next up, last time Marius and I saw each other was in Windsor at the Emerging Technologies and Automation Company, and I learned a lot about his company, Radio Wires, all the way from our nation's capital of Ottawa via his booth in Hall 2, if you want to check it out, Hall 2. Marius, take it away.
Hello. We are at the new era where the intelligence are reshaping and transforming the industries. After all advances in semiconductors and computing technologies, the intelligence didn't come out from the central processing unit, the CPU, but from the distributed architecture of the GPU with its marvelous machine learning network. The core of the AI is, in essence, a network that allows every node to talk at will with any other node, allowing every node to share the results of its work with its neighbors, with the other nodes. Inside the GPUs, these neural networks are easy to construct, and the connections between the neural nodes are easy to be done. But as soon as we get out of the GPU and we need to expand the machine learning network, we need to interconnect using data switches, which is a difficult proposal. The data switches, because the GPU or the server cannot talk directly to each other, some are calling, all the data from between the nodes needs to pass to the data switch. Some are calling the self-driving cars data centers on wheels, but the intelligent machines don't have the luxury of the data centers to solve problems while sitting on concrete floor in a controlled environment. The machines must roll, run, and speed at speed, working in real time in harsh conditions. Have you ever seen a flying server rack? Simply put, the current data wiring. Simply put, the current data wiring is crippling the intelligent machines. Compounding the problem, the current data wiring are high material cost with a large environmental footprint. Long time to market and labor intensive, upsetting the emergence of intelligent machines across the industry. Practically in all industries are affected by this. To be productive at the manufacturing of intelligent machines, we need to reinvent the data wiring of the machines and to make it lighter, flexible, and fast to manufacture. And we did it. We actually cut the Guardian knot and got rid of the data switch and the cables. We replaced everything with a self-adhesive printed circuit tape attached to the frame of the machine to connect all nodes in the net. It's a multi-tap transmission line that allows every node to directly talk at will with any other node in the net. The signaling between the nodes is radio. We are replacing the wireless. We are replacing the air in the wireless communication with a new dielectric, new transmission medium of the transmission line. The main characteristic of the radio wise tape is the frequency spectrum exceeding 10 gigahertz. To get a sense of how much we can transport over this transmission line, we can take a look at the Wi-Fi 7 that can deliver 46 gigabit per second over a channel of 320 megahertz in the 6 gigahertz band. If we scale this protocol to take over the entire bandwidth, the entire spectrum of the radio wires tape, we can transmit in excess of 1,000 gigabit per second. Let's take an easy to visualize use case of a car, a machine. Nevertheless, you can extend this use case to any other machine. Take the car and forget its old wiring. Apply the radio wires tape along the car frame with a duct, with a tape dispenser. Install the compute and sensor nodes and let them talk. Connect them to the radio wires tape and let them talk as needed to safely drive the car while you enjoy the ride. Here is what you'll experience if you take this medicine. You'll fly to market with lower weight and improved data circulation reliably. These are some of the numbers. Radio wires enables scalable, agile, and robust intelligent machines across all industries. But the crown jewel of our technology, looking now from a business perspective, is that we are collapsing the cost of the chip interconnect to levels similar to the silicon chip itself, drastically reducing the cost of installing and maintaining the data network in a machine. In other words, we are slashing the cost of the data wiring by simplifying it, the complexity, and moving that from the high cost and actually printing the data network for the machines. However, while the initial cost of the technology, so printing technology, meaning the flex printed circuit board is done with traditional technology, with a little bit of material science and microwave design, and integrating the radio transceiver integrated circuits in our technology to provide an end-to-end solution for the data network in the machines. So the outcome we see is nothing short of revolutionary. This radio wires is not just replacing the old technology, but it's enabling new machines. We invite you to partner with us and to explore how our technology can help your systems and applications. Let's talk machines. Thank you.
Marius, thank you very much. And if you want to learn more, Hall 2 or Ottawa, Ontario.
Yes,
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It's Jesus in the sun. Smoking cigarettes by the sea. Rescue me. I'm a sinner. I'm a dreamer. Rescue me. Rescue me. Jesus in the sun. Lead me home. Calm me down. On a higher ground. You can turn off the light. You can search for a gleam of night. On the white roof, a white proof of Lady Moon. You could climb up the stairs and set a scene in the open air. On the white roof, a white proof of Lady Moon. You can turn off the light. You can search for a gleam of night. Look for the moon, grow your cocoon. Life is alright. You can ride a star, but look for heaven only where you on the white roof, a white proof of Lady Moon. Some nights she comes for me and smiles so tenderly that the old sky seems to lean forward to me. When she's full, the room I pace. When black eyes stare into space. Up and down she dances with a bemused face. Round midnight feels so alone. I almost feel that I could drown. Look for the moon, and very soon life is okay. I'll always turn off the light, eager to search for the gleam of night. On the white roof, my Indian proof of Lady Moon. night feels so alone. I almost feel that I could run. Look for the moon, and very soon life is okay. I'll always turn off the light, eager to search for the gleam of night. On the white roof, my Indian proof of Lady Moon. On the white roof, I finally tune with Lady Moon. Lady Moon. I'm sitting here feeling sad. What happened to all the laughs we had? I'm trying to turn back the time when I was yours and you were mine. Reasons are hard to find as I'm watching the day go by. I'm sitting here, it's getting late. Why do I have to sit and wait? So many things that I should have said. Yes, so many things that I could have had. Reasons are hard to find as I'm watching the day go by. Once again, I'm in a place that brings back a smile onto my face. On sunset people, sunset people. Among sunset people, sunset people, sunset people. about your love, and I know we'll change forever. And at last, you will find the answers here. I'm lost on the sandbank. I'm lost in the sea. Flotsam and jetsam surrounding me. A mermaid is singing in white, green, and blue. An eternal rhythm of waves on the shore. Hear the mermaids cry.
Suresh, whenever you want to. Are we good to go? Okay. I think so. I haven't seen it. Do you have a booth?
We don't have a booth.
Okay. Okay. If you do, I direct them.
Okay.
Direct the audience to your booth. Okay, welcome back. All the way from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, my friend from last night's event, Suraj of N-Twist, and we're going to talk not just about scheduling, but about going beyond scheduling.
That's right.
All right. Take it away.
Thank you, Brendan. Hey, good morning, everyone. I hope you've had a good messe so far. Today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about scheduling and how you can optimize your production planning and gain more capacity out of your operations. So a little bit about us first, just to start. we're a company based out of Edmonton, Alberta. We're called Entwist, and we're an AI software company. Our whole purpose is to improve the efficiency of operations. So far, we've delivered $11 million in total value from various customers. And the ethos that we follow is this path right here, which we want to start with collecting the data, performing analytics on that data, then generating some predictive models, and then optimizing your operations. So let's quickly talk about what the problem actually is. What are we trying to solve here? If you can see, in your operations, you have all the time possible in order to actually have productive operations. But out of your entire operations, you will have quite a few losses. Some of those losses, starting on the left side, is you'll have schedule loss. So if you don't plan or schedule an item, then that is not productive time. Even if something is scheduled, then you will have availability loss, which is where machine breakdown occurs, an employee is not available. And this, even something that's scheduled, you're not able to execute because you have availability loss. Further from availability loss, even if it's scheduled and everyone's available to work, you will have some performance loss. So that's suboptimal cycle times, inefficiency in operator skills, etc. Even if you've scheduled everything, you have the full availability, and you're performing at the most optimal performance, you'll still have quality loss. So you can do everything right, and what will happen is if your part doesn't pass QC, all of that effort is wasted. So these are all the losses in the current manufacturing, and they reduce the fully productive time that you have available to actually produce. What our goal is to do is reduce all of these losses and maximize your fully productive time. So how are we doing this? I mentioned a little bit about it earlier, but I want to get it a little bit deeper. The core ethos of our solution is to start by collecting all the right information. Without the right data, we can't do any analysis, which we want to analyze and figure out what story the data is currently telling us. Once we have an idea about the story the data is telling us, we're able to model your operations and tell you how or what will happen in your operations given the story that we've collected. So that's creating a predictive models. And once we're able to predict your operations and say this is what will happen given a specific input, we're able to optimize your operations and tell you how you should perform in order to maximize your operations production. Before I get into the solution itself, I'm going to talk about where we fit in your manufacturing. The solution that Entwist offers fits right in between your ERP system at the very top and the base layer, your shop floor at the very bottom. So we take information about your demand, about your vendor information, what's coming in, and also from the bottom we take information from your operators and we take information from your machines. Both of these things act as inputs for our optimization. And once we collect all of this data, there's two parts to this. So there's your standard information that we have to collect. Now, a big problem that manufacturers face is that they might not have all the right information, which is okay because if you can see at the very top here, one of the inputs that we also take is tribal knowledge. So a lot of manufacturing operations run off of tribal knowledge, and the information is in specific managers or operators' heads, and that's where the performance lives. But we want to extract that information so that it's not restricted to the specific individuals that are actually doing the activities. So we collect all of this information, everything from your ERP system, your shop floor, and tribal knowledge, and we perform the analytics on top of that. Once we have something that we can analyze from your manufacturing, create the predictive models, we're able to tell you some insights about your manufacturing and what's actually going on. Now, once we've created this modeling. Next step is to actually optimize. So what we're doing here is, since we understand your operations, we're able to generate an optimal schedule. And this schedule is based off of many different objectives that you might have in your operations. For example, it could be maximizing the fulfillment to the customer, or increasing or maximizing your plant's capacity. And it can be many different objectives, and considering all of these different objectives, we generate an optimal schedule that gets released to your plant floor, and the operators on the plant floor will execute this plan. And this is a continuously dynamic system, and so whatever deviations occur in your operations from standard, we account for that, and the system will re-optimize your schedule. So the core benefits of a solution like this is that we have detailed data collection from your actual operations. We're able to do the production planning, and what this gives is confidence for your sales team in order to know what exactly or when you will be able to deliver a customer's product. They'll be able to make confident, data-driven promises to customers based off of what's actually happening. And finally, the point number 4 and 5, these are auxiliary functions in order to ensure that the schedule is robust and executed as planned. We also manage your warehouse and tell you how much you should stock at one point, and what items you should purchase and when you should purchase them. So, given this solution, we've implemented this at 2 facilities so far, and this is a case study showcasing the value that we've been able to extract from a food manufacturer's operations. And what we see here is, if you see the blue dash line, that is the production, how much tonnage of food that they were producing within a week. So before using the solution, they were producing about 73 tons a week. After optimization and implementing the solution, they're able to produce 93.5 tons. So it's a total of a 30% boost just from properly planning and executing and being considerate of all the variations that happen in your operations. And this is no change to your actual operations, which means no additional machines, no additional people, just the same resources, but you're much more efficient, and so you're gaining 30% plant capacity. So if I can close out on what the overall value of the product would be, the key goal is to maximize the capacity of your plant. And by doing this, you're able to be much more competitive in the market. You're able to improve your utilization, level out your resources, decrease the workload on specific machines or operators. And we do this by collecting the data real time, doing the analytics, doing predictions, given those analytics, and then optimizing. So thank you, everyone. Appreciate it. I'll take any questions.
Predictability,
yeah.
Productivity. I like it. I like it. We need more of that. So thank you very much. And encourage anyone to reach out if you're looking at improving scheduling, predictability, and productivity.
Yes, perfect. Thank you so much, Brendan. Thank you.
you. Everything like you.
means you're easy with yourself. Follow traces of the ones we all should mirror. We are vampires and what else? I escape with the dream. There's another place when you close your eyes. I wish I could see what I have inside, unconsciously inside. I wanna fly away, 'cause I'm down today. I need to breathe again. I wanna fly away when there's no escape from violence everywhere. I need to fly away to another world where I don't have to see it all. I cannot fly away, it's too far away. Thanks God the words are still alive. Magic moment when the memories are treasures. We are prisoners again. No more karma. If we kill communication, there's no way to understand. I escape with the song. There's another place when you close your eyes. I wish I could live all I have inside, unconsciously inside. I wanna fly away, 'cause I'm down today. I need to breathe again. I wanna fly away when there's no escape from violence everywhere. I need to fly away to another world where I don't have to see it all. I cannot fly away, it's too far away. Thanks God the words are still alive. I wanna fly away, 'cause I'm down today. I need to breathe again. I wanna fly away when there's no escape from violence everywhere. I need to fly away to another world where I don't have to see it all. I cannot fly away, it's too far away. Thanks God the words are still alive.
I'll give you at 15 minutes. I'll give you double guns. Welcome back. All the way from Halifax, Nova Scotia, Canada, via Hall 7, got our good friends Ben and Daniel of Ngenuity. Ben, Daniel, stage is yours. Take it away.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brandon.
Have a seat. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here. Really appreciate it. It's a pleasure to be here and a pleasure to be part of the NGen and Canada delegation here. It may seem a bit funny to have a Nova Scotia engineering company come to Germany to talk about automation in food products, so bear with me. I'll tell you a little bit about our experience, and hopefully there's some value that others can take away from this. So before I get into that detail, I thought I'd tell a little bit of a story about a bit of an origin story. How did we get into automation in food in Nova Scotia at all? And it started with scallops. It started with scallop shucking and the need to automate a process that's been done in the Maritimes for, if not hundreds of years, certainly many decades. What you see here is a large scallop vessel that hauls back literally millions of scallops a year. There are dozens of these boats. And about 15 years ago, we were approached by one of these companies operating these boats to say, we can't keep guys. We're losing people. They don't want to go to sea anymore. They don't want to stand around. Go figure. And shuck scallops by hand with a sharp knife 24/7 for 2 weeks at a time. Go figure. Nobody wants to do that. And they were losing the capacity to service the need. And as you can see from the left-hand picture there, and if anybody's ever done this, scallops are sharp, little hard shells. They'll cut you. They're awkward. They're tough to get in. And they had tried to hire several people to automate this process for several years, 20 years. And we were a very small company at the time, about 4 people. And they said, what do you think? And I said, sure, what the heck, let's give it a try. How hard can it be, right? So what I did, which I think was really important at the time and has served us well in the following 15 years, was I said to them, I have no idea how to shuck scallops. I have no idea what's involved here. I need to get out. I need to see it. I need to touch it, learn it, live it, see what these guys go through. And I did that. Went out on the boat, spent 2 weeks literally standing at the scallop trough with them, learned how to shuck by hand, stood there for the 8-hour shifts with these guys in all weather, figuring out what they did. And it was in those moments of standing there, you know, monotonous and mind-numbing work. This is classic, dull, dangerous, and dirty stuff that needs to be automated. That I realized that the trust that was being built up between me as an observer, completely green, and this team of 16 guys who were standing around, each of them showing me their little trick or their little piece of history, their little flick of the wrist, or the way when they pick up a scallop, how they give it a little quarter twist with one hand, with one finger on one hand, stuff that you don't ever see, you can't imagine, and unless you've been doing it for decades, you just don't pick up. Standing too low, sorry. So it was a real lesson at the time. Use the skills of the teams that are there, gain their trust, and oh my God, did it ever work out. We came ashore and for about 6 weeks worked on ideas, potentials, came up with a concept that after those 6 weeks, you know, a Rube Goldberg type of machine with duct tape and baler twine and beer cans and stuff, and we ended up showing how we could automate this process. And it led into a 2-year effort that ended up with, as you can see on the left picture here, dozens of these automated machines running offshore where they could just slap a steady stream of incoming product on these machines and with a pure mechanical solution. And it tripled their processing capacity. And that company was able to triple their ability to process scallops. It tripled their bottom line, and they were sold about 10 years later for over $1 billion. And when I talked to the CEO after that, he said that innovation was what did it for us. So 10 years later, I wished I charged them a lot more than I did. But they had faith. It was new for us, and everything worked out well in the end. So it was a real education. It's how we got into automation in food, focused on the harsh environment and the practical solutions. So with that little origin story aside, food automation, why do we need it, right? The whole point of this is to feed the world. It's a big ask. There's 8-9 billion people coming here. How do we feed the world? We can't keep doing it the way we have been for most of humans' history. The demand for minimally processed, demand for natural products is hugely increasing all over the world. As wealth increases, people want higher quality foods with higher nutrition content, with less environmental footprint. And at the same time, the workforce is shrinking. It's harder to find people. It's so much harder to find people who want to work in the fields, who want to work on tractors, who want to work in the processing plants afterwards. There are often hard, monotonous jobs, just like scallop shucking. In fact, fish plant working up on the right and cabbage processing here. They're great examples. It's dull, dirty, dangerous work in most food processing plants. So with labor shortages, increasing demand, there is no other option that we have other than to go towards automation, and that's the drive. The other complication, as compared to auto parts, for example, or other industries where you have a known incoming stream of parts that are the same, they look the same, they're presented the same way, and that's the whole objective of getting further upstream in your supply chain. You can handle something that comes in the same size, the same shape, in the same packaging every time. You can handle that much more easily than you can, a pear, for example, comes in a different shape at a different time of the year each year, with different requirements, carrots, again, seafood, all different sizes, shapes, depending on environmental conditions, harvesting method, quality, and end market. So the variability of the incoming stream is huge compared to machine components or, say, automotive components, which is very complicated for automation, obviously. And the other difference with food and natural products, the visual presentation and the delicacy of handling are both critical factors. So you can't just slam a barrel of pears around, or tomatoes, obviously. It goes without saying. The sterility, sanitation, the presentation, the shelf presence, these are all critical things that differentiate food and natural products from other more easily automated tasks. So with that, I'm going to hand over to Daniel, who's our expert on what we actually do to solve those problems. So thanks, Dan.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you. Thanks, everybody, for coming. As Ben mentioned, started this whole journey with scallops, and I can attest that I've benefited from the technology. Favorite seafood. But as he mentioned, the natural variation of products, it's really difficult to adapt the technology for it. Modern methods of AI and learning has a role to play, but I'll just parallel what you said earlier about listening to the people that do the work. They have the secrets developed over hundreds of thousands of shucking. It's the same with any of the other natural products that we're helping our clients automate. It really gets down to talking to the people that do the work and what are their techniques, because they're probably not represented anywhere else except in their heads, especially where we are in the world, the Maritimes. It's a rudimentary, hard-working labor force. And so the first trick is to connect with the people that do the work. They see that there aren't youth lining up to take their jobs, so they're just happy to actually help contribute to the future of the company that gave them their work their whole lives. Now, there are always sticky situations when you're talking about humans and automation, but in this case, they definitely see the need. The first time that it comes and it works for them, they see the machines working for them, not against them. They buy in pretty quickly. Advance. Sorry, I missed my cross training. Oops. Thanks. So yeah, a lot of this is relying on human judgment, and connecting the human judgment to any technology is hard. It requires a lot of interviews, which starts with trust. Usually don't want to give their secrets away. So it's we exist to just help our clients grow and meet their challenges. So usually we've got a good foot in the door with trust. And so once we crack the code and get into what the real details are that probably aren't in a manual anywhere, that becomes the input to the technology. That begins the next level of challenges. How do we select the right technology to represent the human element in processing of these natural products with high variation? So we deploy several different elements to enable this. Of course, there's vision technology and the soft robotics to deal with the perishable and the easily damaged food. We're diving into AI-driven systems to make these decisions, to have some machine learning so it can get better as rejects are generated. That can feed back in and strengthen the system as a whole, as well as continuous learning with the humans. Because like I said at the beginning, it's the human technique that established the markets, and connecting with the people for the continuous improvement of those systems. I will say, though, technology has a lot to offer that humans don't have. One of our clients with the natural berry market, humans can only do so much with quality control for the natural blueberries in Nova Scotia that we're known for. With vision technologies, you can use multispectral analysis. We can actually help the technology see deeper into the berries to be able to predict their ripeness even better than human eyes can. So we try not to lead with that, of course, with the people that we're working with, but these are the added benefits. And this all adds value to our clients, of course. So, yes, and the continuous learning of said products. So, from our client's operation, at the business element, obviously there's productivity factors that help out with the smart manufacturing to boost capacity. Because humans don't work as fast, obviously, as a nanosecond robot system or a vision system and grading system. And so we help boost their capacity with less human element in it. Obviously, the additional capabilities of technology can drive their quality up, so they can ask for higher margins if they feel their market can take it. And obviously, without the humans in the judgment call, it can mitigate any of the biases that we have all within us. Furthermore, a company's rep is only as good as its quality in the long term, so it really puts business leaders at ease to know that once they have the human qualified parameters into their system, it can reduce their risk in the long term. Because like say a quality inspector has a bad day and is paying less attention for a few minutes. And so then that batch of product gets to the wrong client. That can have a big impact that lasts a long time. So, but in the end, how can we make a difference for our people too? Is that, again, we're here to solve problems. We're here to solve problems for business, but we also like to believe we're helping our communities, our brothers and sisters and neighbors. We're a small region. There's not too many people in the Maritimes compared to the rest of the world, of course. So clearly, especially in my career, I've seen a lot of repetitive strain, a lot of hard-working people, and working hard is held up high. However, at what cost? It affects 20 years, 30 years in a factory bending at the waist. It really has an effect on a lot of people and affects the rest of their lives. So if we can do anything to assist with repetitive strain or the monotony and stress of mistakes, we found that the workers and the people doing the hard work, they end up benefiting outside the workplace, because we're here to use technology to make work easier and less strain, less stress. So that's about the wrap of it. This is my personal favorite part of it, where we're affecting people's lives. I mean, it's easy to put robots in to stack pallets of boxes, but to help take the stress out of any vision or quality control judgment, that's where it seems to have a big impact, and that's what we've heard so far. So thank you for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Great. Any questions? Daniel, Ben, thank you very much. There is time for questions if anybody has any. If not, I'm sure you'll stick around for some.
Thank you very much.
Our booth is just over there if you have any questions.
Yep, come and see us.
Okay. Thanks for being here.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, guys.
Have you
Welcome back, Hall 7. Up next, all the way from York University in Toronto, Ontario, Canada, also known as the center of the universe, Professor Sunil Bisnath of York University. We're going to hear about satellites. Take it away.
Thank you, Brendan. I didn't realize it was going to be like this, but okay. Thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm going to talk about some of our next generation navigation satellite-based positioning research that we're doing at the university. But I'd like to start with an introduction of our organization, and then talk a little bit about global navigation satellite systems. The most well-known, of course, is GPS, how that technology has been evolving, and what some of the next generation technologies are that we're in the midst of working on. So York University is not in the UK. People tend to think that. York was the original name of the city of Toronto, hence the name of the university. It's the third largest in Canada. We have over 50,000 students, and international students from pretty much every country on the planet. Within York, we're hosting Smart TO, which is an incubator for transportation and mobility activities in the region and in the province of Ontario, that's supported by the province. Also, our facilities are housed at the Lassonde School of Engineering, where we have about 5,000 students, so almost 150 faculty members, and a young but growing research endeavor. I also represent MOVE, a research center that focuses on mobility, innovative mobility. Without getting into too much detail of everything on this slide, we're interested in disruptive mobility technologies for the movement of people and goods. And that shows itself in technologies such as smart cities, smart infrastructure, digital twin technologies that we see an awful lot of this week. And finally, I also am the director of the Global Navigation Satellite System Laboratory at York. And for about 30 years now, we've been focused on GPS and then GNSS research. Much of our work focuses on mitigating errors in the received signals, in the measurement processing that produces positioning, navigation, and timing information, or P&T, the fusion of GNSS with other sensor technologies, such as inertial sensors, and lots of different applications that span from science to engineering to many mass market uses. And a focus these days on resilience of those solutions. The availability of the solutions, not just the accuracy of them, but within urban areas and under interference and jamming situations. And finally, the application of AI to all of this technology. So just quickly, because we have a general audience, GPS started, believe it or not, 1978 was the first satellite launch, so an awful long time ago. We basically have a system of orbiting atomic clocks that transmit electromagnetic time synchronization signals, and we take it for granted. If you stop and think about it for a second, how has GPS changed our lives? It's changed almost every aspect of our lives, but it's been so long now we don't think about it. But most of our uses, let's say in our smartphones, have nothing to do with what the system was designed for, right? It was a military system for military applications. So when we complain that, oh, we lost our GPS signal in the parking lot, it had nothing to do with the design of the signal and the system. Also, from an academic perspective, people think they know the technology. So when we teach this stuff, we sort of have to clear away everybody's misconceptions before we get to what's really going on. This was an interesting article a few years ago from the US magazine The Atlantic, and this was the cover story. What happens if GPS fails? And we can generalize that to GNSS because there's many constellations now. What do you think would happen? When I'd ask university engineering students this question, some of them would laugh and say, oh, the planes would fall out of the sky. Well, they wouldn't fall out of the sky. But planes, cars, ships, the internet, transmission lines, the electric power, bank transactions, stock markets, paying for something with your credit card, they all either use positioning, navigation, or timing from GPS or like systems. There are backouts up there, but not the lights wouldn't turn off, but everything would slow down a great, great deal. So we don't realize that how this infrastructure is core to almost everything we do. For many decades, these were the signals that we got. Basically the GPS and the Russian GLONASS. And we've got two frequencies. I don't need to go into all the details there, and many modulations. And each modulation is a time synchronization signal that we would use. This is how this has changed. This is the world we live in now. There are 4 of these constellations: the EU Galileo, the Chinese Beidou, the Russian GLONASS, and the American GPS. And there are many modulations. So there are many satellites, many signals. This is a world of opportunity, and this is still evolving. There's still new satellites going up, new models, etc. What we have in terms of industry are different types of hardware and performance. And I basically put them into 3 groups here: the geodetic or the professional grade that land surveyors, engineers, scientists will use; the low cost that you would find in many moderate systems; and the smartphone or really ultra low cost solutions. And you can see there's huge price ranges from thousands, tens of thousands of dollars down to, a fistful of dollars, basically. And their performance is quite different. The signals they can track, the constellations they can track, the number of frequencies they can track. So how the world is changing very rapidly is at the top left is what we used to have, this duality of systems. You had the high-performance users, you had everyone else. And when people talked about GPS, they meant on the top, the right figure, the mass market solutions. They performed at the level of tens of meters, hundreds of meters, and they were relatively low cost. But that was pretty much every user, 99% of users. The professional grade was that 1%. How things have changed to the bottom right is the introduction of much lower cost equipment, but that has high performance. And what we spent a lot of time at the university doing is working on software solutions to mitigate the noise that we get in the signals from the low-cost solutions. So what's appeared is something in between a hybrid. So the high-performance users are trying to bring down the cost of their systems for more users. The mass market providers are trying to increase the capability of their equipment without increasing the cost. So one of the software solutions that we use is something called precise point positioning. It's been around for a long time, but we keep trying to enhance this software. What's very useful about it is we don't need additional calibration stations or additional hardware at the user end for this type of solution. So we use the satellite signals and correction signals that we either get over the internet or from the satellites directly. And what we can do is, and there are many solutions out there, commercial solutions, we can go from tens of meters in terms of positioning performance or accuracy down to decimeters or even centimeters. This opens the door to many, many applications. Something that is very new are we're starting to see these types of corrections available from constellations themselves. And being in Europe, the one that's really key is the Galileo constellation, and it transmits an early version of what they call the high accuracy service, or HAS. And that's an additional set of corrections to allow us to do this kind of PPP processing. And we had the honor of being the first group really to test the quality of these signals. So an application, if we take a look at your smartphone. So here's an example. This is the waterfront of Toronto to give you a scale on the left. There's a 50,000 seat stadium, that white circle. And this was a grad student who went jogging along the waterfront. And clearly she didn't go jogging into the lake. And on the figure at the right, you can see what it looked like for her. So this is the smartphone positioning with the smartphone itself before we did anything. And what you can see is the positions are jumping all around, bouncing off the buildings, going onto the street, then the trams, etc. Why is this happening? Because the quality of the hardware in the phone is very low, the GNSS chipset, and the signals are bouncing off all the buildings, the streetcars, the people, all of these things. And we have this horrible tendency with smartphones, we tend to hold them, and that blocks the signals themselves because the antenna is built into the phone. So what can we do about that? Well, that's a pedestrian application. Something very similar, when you get into that Uber, what's the driver doing? The cell phone is sitting on a stand on the dashboard of the car. The signals are bouncing around to get into the car. And then we have all the obstructions. So we have a major highway here, and these, not to get into these numbers, but we have a number of different solutions. And if you take a look at the top right, in the video, not only do we have the trouble of the phone being in the car, but here's an example of going through an underpass, and what happens. So here we hit the underpass. The figure at the bottom shows the horizontal error, and what happens is you get a big spike because you start losing all the GPS signals and GNSS signals. We understand this really well, but what can we do about it? And especially we get to technology like a smartphone. It's a very, very difficult task, and people will complain and say, well, why can't I do a better job with my smartphone? Because the systems were never designed to be put in a smartphone. So they work perfectly fine for a ship, a missile, etc., but not a smartphone in your Uber driver's car. So some of the work we've done in terms of mitigating the errors in the measurements, for example, going under an overpass like that, is we have, without getting too much into the weeds here, probability distribution and cumulative. You can look at either one. But what we see in the red line, what we want is to push that red curve as far left as possible, that most of the errors are very small. The red line is what we get with the new Galileo corrections that have been around for about 2 years now. With just the smartphone. What we get with the orange line is applying that additional information from this new Galileo service. And we do see that line pushing a little over to the left, the orange one. It does get better. So then we did some additional processing, trying to maximize all the measurements that we're getting from the smartphone, process we developed, and we pushed the line a little further into the purple. And then finally, here, we took all the capabilities of the smartphone, those extra corrections from Galileo, and then also used the measurements from all the other available constellations. And by adding all of these different types of processing together, again, we haven't changed the hardware, we've changed the software in the processing, we were able to push that solution over to the green line. And what we're basically seeing is that 100% of the solutions are about a 1.5 meter level. That's significant, and we can go a little further. So I have one last result here, and this shows some of these different processing strategies, the accuracy that we get. Looking at the outliers, so the corner cases, the worst solutions, people tend not to talk about that, but we focus on that at the university, and how it would affect what we call lane level navigation. That is, you have the phone in your car, can you tell if you're in your lane, if you've changed lanes or not? And this is very significant for autonomous driving, et cetera, but not from the vehicle navigation system, just from your smartphone that you have in your vehicle. So what we can see in the top row, that smartphone SPP, that's the standard solution that the phone's giving you. And what we see, if we go all the way to the right, is less than half the time can your smartphone on its own tell if it's in the right lane. By the time we get to some of those intermediate solutions I showed before, we can greatly increase the percentage of that we know which lane we're in. And by the time we get to this last solution, where we do additional filtering of our solution, we get to the point where 99% of the time we know which lane we're in, even though we're in the city, there's buildings, there are lots of other vehicles, trucks, et cetera, that are blocking some of the signals. So we're seeing some great results, and this is what we call quite a resilient solution. And if we wanted to make use of these solutions for safety of life applications, for example, in vehicle automation, then we need solutions like this. And this is where the technology is going. What can this be used for? I talked about pedestrians, we talked about vehicles, but if we think of GPS and generally GNSS, we know the market penetration. It's everywhere. So on the left, consumer applications, smartphones, geomatics in general, agriculture. And on the right, pretty much every transportation area. And this is what we're seeing and what we're working on, is to bring down the cost of the hardware and then use the software to mitigate the noisier measurements so that users can have professional grade performance, but on a mass level that you and I will see. So just wanted to end. What we see, everybody thinks they know GPS, but GNSS is evolving and it keeps evolving. There are challenges if we try to engineer low-cost solutions, but that keeps us all in business. There are great benefits, and the improvements are coming, and we're quite happy to be part of that. And what we're working on are these advanced processing methods. Much of this is focused on reducing those outliers so these systems can become, mainstream, that people would then use and not say, well, half the time this is not working. So with that, I just want to say danke. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunil. Very good.
Thanks very much.
Any questions, Paulina? Is anybody using this solution right now?
Well, we're working with a few partners with solutions like this, but also what we're seeing, especially in Europe, because Galileo is a European system, there are many startups all the way up to the Airbuses of the world that are now starting to look at these signals and try to make use of them. Not necessarily in smartphones, but for other applications. But you will see it coming. But if I asked you what kind of GPS or GNSS chip you have in your phone, nobody would really know. You'd have to go looking for it. Nobody ever checks. So what we're seeing is the technology, that hardware, and these firmware changes are slowly starting to show up in your phone. But you all certainly wouldn't notice. But they're not there yet, but we'll see them in the next year or two.
With York University's fingerprints all over it. Thanks, Sunil.
true. I understood there is no meaning to all the people need same things, but fulfillment of needs can't arise. We all knew it and we paid our price. World has no future, so we have left with soul and nothing more. Has no future, so we have left with soul and nothing more.
So you got two handheld mics?
So next up from Southern Alberta, TP7, and from Markham, Ontario, my good friend Vivek, Cyberworks Robotics. So welcome. That mic should be on. So, Hadley, please introduce yourself and tell us a bit about yourself, about TP7, about Red Crow, about what you guys do.
Hi, I'm Hadley Fox. I'm the CTO and founder of TP7 AI Robotics. Essentially, we make physical spatial AIs, and for robotics can perform all type of tasks in dynamic environments. Yeah.
And Vivek. Who are we talking to?
Good to be here again. Vivek Burhan-Prakar, CEO and founder of Cyberworks Robotics, and we develop autonomous self-driving technology for industrial equipment like forklifts, wheelchairs, tow tugs, other types of equipment that would normally be operated by a human.
Okay. So the term, is it physical AI systems? I don't know much about that. For those out in the audience who are like me, Break it down for us. What are physical AI systems?
So essentially, you guys know ChatGPT, and it's like they inference the words by words, give it the next words answers. But physical spatial AI is inference on top of that. Plus, we use diffusion models for post prediction. So instead of hard-coded routes, robots can actually perform like in dynamic environments anything human could do. That's our goal. So robots could do now. So they can do any type of tasks and not hard-coded and in a really changing environment. Also, like it's trained on top of the spatial understanding data and also the temporal data. So this way, it can understand the three-dimension physical world just like us.
Okay, Vivek, how do these physical AI, how do these systems apply to your work?
Well, I think that's the future of autonomous robotics. The greater emphasis on AI, greater emphasis on large learning models. In CyberWorks, for example, we're very focused now in our research in visual language models, very similar to what you may have heard about in mainstream AI with large language models, LLMs. Visual language models are the same concept, where we take visual data and we're able to interpret what that visual data means. For example, if an autonomous vehicle sees a stop sign, what kinds of behaviors should a stop sign elicit without having to have that hard-coded into the machine? So I think what Hadley is doing is very, very complementary to what we're doing, and very much the future of robotics.
Hadley, tell us the origin story. Tell us about the genesis of TP7 and how a company doing such advanced work in AI, doing this work in southern Alberta at Red Crow College. There's a lot of folks from Toronto and a lot of folks from Montreal here, and it's great to have you here alongside us. Tell us a bit about what the environment for doing this work is like in southern Alberta.
So you guys probably know in 2022, ChatGPT moment breakout, and we were just so interested. We were doing a lot of machine learning study before, and so we decided to look more into deep learnings. So we did some fundamental research on deep learnings, on neural network, on different type of architectures, and then we found, there's a big gap between industrial use case robotics are already everywhere. Hardware is there, and then technology like VVX technology for like really, really strong sensor fusion for autonomous solutions is already there. But we robotic industry is lacking one piece of a secret sauce to make it more commercially used instead of only industrial use. So we did some research, did a whole year of proof of concept, and worked some stuff in the lab, and then we decided to start our startup the next year after. And then we were just founded last year. Actually, April marked us 1 year anniversary of our company's establishment.
Happy birthday.
Oh, thank you. And then we built TP7 Sins, and we're trying to attract more partners and more relationships in the industry. And that's how we started.
Okay, and any major lessons from your first year in operation, your first year as a startup?
There are a lot of lessons. So when you're working something in the lab and then operating a business, it's really, really different. You got to really talk to a lot more people and really check your ego and check the actual commercial use cases. And then they're like, yes, that's really ideal, but is it the cost-wise, feasibility-wise, and complexity-wise, is it actually going to be that applicable in real life? So we're learning definitely way more in real use cases, and learning from our peers, and learning from people who worked in the industry for decades, and There's still a lot to learn, but I have learned so much this past year, and I would say the experience actually as a startup founder is invaluable. Yeah.
Vivek, you've been working at the forefront of some of these technologies since the 1980s. What advice would you have for Hadley or a company like Hadley's for year 2 of their journey?
Become a civil servant. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's the advice I would have to Hadley and to other entrepreneurs and to my younger self is have a lot of patience. It'll always take longer than you think it will. I mean, you could also get very lucky. You know, when I was Hadley's age, we got very, very lucky. I founded the world's first autonomous mobile robotics company. And we were very fortunate to have some instant recognition from global Fortune 500 clients. And as a result of that, we were funded through revenue. We didn't have to go to venture capital, and we got very lucky. But I think patience is... I didn't have much patience when I was that age, and I needed it.
How do you learn patience? How do you acquire patience?
I haven't learned patience yet, so I can't answer. I don't know. Maybe meditate. I haven't tried it. So
decaf.
Okay.
Decaf.
Okay. All right.
This is your first year at Hannover?
Yes, this is our very first trade show.
Wow.
Got our debut here.
Okay, so what are your thoughts so far? How has the show been going?
Actually, it's exceeding my expectation already. So surprisingly, you got to connect to more Canadian leaders and industry leaders here than in Canada, which is interesting. It's definitely an amazing platform, and Canada just joined Horizon Europe as an associated country, so giving us a chance to potentially finding our partners, to form a consortium, to tap into the European market, and tap into European grant as well. And then I think so far this year, as you probably see, the NGen did an amazing job this year. It looks amazing. It's really well organized. I'm just very grateful to be here. And I was day one already getting some connections here. I was like, oh, everything's already, even just at day one, a few connections. I was like, oh, it's already worth the whole trip. So I would definitely come back next year.
Amazing. Vivek, your thoughts on, I imagine this is not your first trade show?
Not my first trade show.
Not your first trade show.
First time at the Hannover Messe.
Okay, and how does Hannover compare to some of the other top trade shows that
It's been really good for us. We've had some really meaningful conversations with many of our partners, conversations with hopefully soon-to-be partners, some very large companies, Sumitomo, IFM, Bosch, and so forth. It's been really good, yeah.
So here's a question for both of you. Just some thoughts, some ideas that maybe we could lay on the table moving forward. There's a lot of talk in Canada these days about figuring out how to do more interprovincial trade, more interprovincial collaboration in your technology space, right? We're not talking about trucking. We're not talking about, moving soy and barley across borders. We're talking about some pretty high-tech stuff. In your particular technology space, how do we engender, how do we encourage more collaboration, more partnerships, more research across provincial borders, from southern Alberta to the GTA?
Funny enough, I don't think enough Canadian companies know what's going on in our own country, and that applies even to myself. It took being here at Hannover Messe for me to realize that there are some other interesting autonomous mobile robotics companies right next door to us in Canada. Some very big players actually are global companies have been doing their research in Canada, and we're going to be working with them now, but it meant coming to Germany to meet them and realize that their center for robotics globally was in Canada all along. So I think we need more events like this that bring together companies in Canada.
Okay. And Hadley, your thoughts?
I completely agree. So, like as I mentioned earlier, I came here to actually be able to talk to more peers and leaders than in Canada, ironically. So I feel like in the States, they have a lot of these amazing platforms, like Boston, they host these robotic summits, and then they're trying to connect all the industrial players together to work on these things, and then really connecting their whole crossing states, robotics companies together. And I feel like in Canada, deep tech part, everyone's kind of working on their own terms, or maybe partnering up with people from the States, but within our own Canadian ecosystem, we kind of need a bigger platform, I would say, for all the robotics, maybe deep tech companies to have these kind of, social network and more a platform for us to actually connect, to know each other, to see that there are any resources to be exchanged, anything we can work on together. And so, yeah, I think that's part. Also, before this year, I think because our ecosystem is really attached to the States, even, that being honest, and I think that but now with the new geopolitical issues out there, maybe we could work on some more interprovincial and within Canada, these type of platforms. Yeah.
So, Hadley first, and then Vivek. What are you and TP7 most excited about post Hannover for the rest of 2025 and even into 2026, whether it's your technology, whether it's a partnership, or whether it's something else? What are you most excited about moving forward?
Moving forward, we're most excited about would be for our pilot program. So we're launching the mobile platform plus the dual-arm platform for initial commercial use case. So we're wrapping up prototyping and launching the pilot program hopefully in Canada. And we did reach out to some partners here, potential partners here in our booth, and they are potentially interested to use our technology on their campus for some patrol and simple dynamic works, stuff like that. Yeah.
Great. Vivek, what are you most excited about?
Definitely moving forward with the partnerships that we've developed here in the Hannover Messe. We're going to be having pilots being launched in partnership with Dell in the United States, with Bosch here in Germany, and with a couple of others as well. So those are very exciting.
Okay. Hadley, before we go, what do people need to know? What do you want people to know about TP7?
I think the biggest thing I want everyone to learn a little bit more about would be I personally think physical spatial AI is actually going to be I wouldn't say it's a whole next step, but it would be one of the newer components of the robotic ecosystem. So, like for industrial use cases, the precision are still needed for original, hard-coded routes. They are still needed. But with physical spatial AI, we're finally able to moving robotics from industrial use case only to commercial and eventually maybe even consumer and use cases. So, and they're, once they're tested, super safe and can be applied to many, many different industries and many verticals as well. Yeah.
Okay. Vivek, what do we need to know about ClearWorks? What do you want to leave the people with?
We're a partner-driven company. We're always looking for partnerships. We're always looking for companies that would like to accelerate their product development in autonomous robotics, and that's what we do best.
Great. CyberWorks, TP7. Great. Thanks so much, guys, and hope you have a great rest of Hannover Messe.
smell of the street, people locking eyes and matching beats. You're looking at me, stripping me of my only defense. It's easy to see what you got in mind with your intent. In the evening, we rise and fall as one, never leaving that place where we are from. One step away from losing my Kool-Aid. It's you, like night and day. again. Give me some hope to remain. When you are inside me, I lose my mind for the way you are thinking. Please wake up to see there's no way out for me to be. While you're coming closer, I'm moving back to let you be stronger. mine. Alright.
lift up hearts now.
stay lost, how can we begin to find? If we stay alive, how can we receive this light? If we stay lost, how can we begin to find? Never knew a light like this. Oh, yes. Never knew a light like this. Oh, never knew a light like this. Oh, it can go. All that is golden, all that we're thinking, every soul. What are we living? And if I say yes, how can I repress my light? And if I ask why, how can I free up my sight? It's been so long to go for the right reasons for now. It's been so long to go. All we must believe is in us. So need to go for the right reasons for now. And if I stay lost, how can I be for the right reasons flow down? If I stay alive, how can I receive what you mean? And if I stay lost, how can I begin to find? Never knew a light like this. Oh, never knew a light like this. Oh, never knew a light like this. Oh, never knew a light. Will you live your life? You throw back on, you know you throw back your heart, say. Will you live your life? You show back on, you know you throw back your heart, say. Will you live your life? You throw back on, you know you throw back your heart, say. Will you live your life? You throw back on, you know you throw back your heart, say. Everybody knows you throw back on, you know you throw back your heart, say. Dip it on, will you live your life? You throw back on, you know you throw back your heart, say. Inside, throw back on, you know you throw back your heart, say. Will you live yourself? Throw back on, you know you throw back your heart, say. So you lift up our hearts for the throw back on, you know you throw back your heart, say. Will you live yourself? Throw back on, you know you throw back your heart, say. Will you live yourself? Throw back on, that's why. That's why we have a soul. We have a soul. Everybody's soul. Everybody's soul. Everybody's soul.
the microphone is on. Oh, great. Thank you very much.
Starting in just a couple minutes, Canada Stage, Hall 7, York Region, Collaboration, Partnerships, Innovate, Collabovation. Okay, getting going in just a couple minutes. Welcome. Our final York Region panel, the moment you've all been waiting for. Collaboration for precision. Collabovation. This is all about collabovation. Before we kick it off, Mayor West, take it away.
Well, thank you very much. I didn't realize we were making up words here, but okay, that's fine. It's innovative, right? Which is fine. So I'm Mayor West from the City of Richmond Hill, and on behalf of York Region Council and the City of Richmond Hill, I'd like to welcome everyone and thank you for joining us here today. I'd also like to thank NGen and York Region for organizing this panel discussion and for the opportunity to speak today. It's my pleasure to share a few words about York Region and Richmond Hill. As a part of the Greater Toronto Area, York Region is growing faster than the national average and is projected to be 1.79 million people by 2041. In 2024, York Region was named the best location, or Canada's best location, by Site Selection magazine, based on data that reflects where companies are investing with and most frequently, and the most capital and the most job creation. Located just north of the city of Toronto in the most populous and prosperous Canadian province, Ontario, York Region is among Canada's largest information and communication technology, life sciences, and financial services business clusters. We have a pro-business environment offering a range of assistance and resources for businesses of all size. And as one of Canada's largest technology hubs, York Region is home to close to 5,000 ICT companies with subsector strengths in AI, hardware, and enterprise software. And one of the key drivers for success of these companies is talent. The city of Richmond Hill has 79% of our residents holding a post-secondary degree, and we have the highest number of STEM graduates per capita, and our residents speak about 126 different languages. On the topic of partnerships and collaboration, as a region, we're always looking and working for the betterment of businesses and exploring creative ways to support our growth. At the municipal level, one example I can share from the city of Richmond Hill is a partnership between government, education, and industry. The city of Richmond Hill, in partnership with the Ontario College of Art and Design University, created the Centre for Local Innovation and Collaboration, or CLIC. This is funded in part by eCampus Ontario and Centennial College. And this unique design-driven center of innovation is part of a broad-based approach to accelerating business growth and innovation. CLIC exists to explore opportunities for businesses to gain access to applied research and to leverage human-based design expertise. So businesses in Richmond Hill and York Region have convenient and central access to all the resources available in the Greater Toronto Area, and this includes diverse and global talent, strong industry sectors and partners, and a quality of life that ranks the highest in the world. Finally, one of the more important facts that you should know, Canada is one of the most generous R&D, has one of the most generous R&D tax credit incentives to businesses in the G7. With lucrative R&D incentives and a highly talented workforce, it's worth considering adding a research site in York Region. So I hope I piqued your interest and that the following panel entices you to learn more about York Region and Richmond Hill and the great collaborations that exist in our region. And I was told, I've been using the same joke for the last few days, but I feel like I'm the opening band for the Rolling Stones. And I was told earlier that that's not funny. I think it's funny, right? Okay. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, the Rolling Stones.
Thank you, Mayor West. So, they said it would go fast. We're 4 days in. It's been a great Hanover. How we feeling? Doing well?
Check, check. Yeah, feeling good. It's been a well-attended show. I would say similar to attendance last year, and we've had a lot of good activity around our booth around the corner. Always make interesting connections here, and it's funny you come all the way to Germany to find unique connections with somebody at U of T. So it's it's not just about the immediate business opportunity, but other opportunities for collaboration and whatnot.
And when we'll talk about collaboration, and Vivek, how's the vibe from your perspective?
Well, it's not just good. I think we're doing better than Mike here. It's great. I'm sure it's great for Mike too. Really, the partners that we've spoken with here, new partners that we found here. It's beyond our expectations. We're really glad we came.
Amazing. Harry, your first Hannover Messe.
Second.
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 Veteran.
Seasoned vet. Yeah.
How are we doing?
I would say even a little bit better than last year. Sorry, the echo is killing me. But it's a little bit better than last year. I think it's because we're the host country. We're getting more attention from the Europeans. Collaboration within, like as you guys were saying, collaboration within customers or other potential vendors, significantly bigger than last year for sure.
Amazing. Tell us about Dot Automation.
Sure. Dot Automation, we're a machine builder or a systems integrator. We build custom machinery for the automotive industry, food and bev industry, and the packaging industry. So it's everything from robot cells to palletizers to conveyor lines. That's kind of our bread and butter and where we play. We're always looking to partner with people, try to get the latest and greatest technology, and trying to up our game and give the customer a little bit more than what they asked for.
Amazing. Vivek, tell us a bit about yourself and about CyberWorks.
Well, CyberWorks is the world's first autonomous mobile robotics company. Autonomous mobile robots are very big at the show right here. Even right in front of us, we've got auto robots. It started in Canada. We invented the field, so really proud of the way the industry has grown and proud to be part of it.
Great. Mike, tell us a bit about yourself, a bit about the Innovative Group, and a bit about Robotape.
Certainly. So I'm the president and CEO of the Innovative Group of companies, which consists of Innovative Automation, which we're also a custom machine builder, integrator of assembly and test equipment. We have MechSmart Systems Inc., which is also a machine builder, assembly and test, but more on the metals and welding side. And then a few years back in 2020, we got into the standard products game. So that's what we're displaying here today with our partner from Germany. We have a standard system for the robotic application of adhesive-lined products, which sounds fancy, but it's a robot that lays down tape. So double-sided tapes, felts, foams. An interesting little fact, so Innovative Automation was started in 1989, and one of the original owners kept a newspaper article from Toronto Star, and there's a Vivek article about Vivek with a full head of hair and rocking some pretty awesome 80s clothes. And
I was just going to say, what's he wearing?
I think there was a big collar. And
So the subject of this panel is collaboration, partnerships, and innovation. Tell us about how, whether it's collaboration, partnerships with other SMEs, with larger companies, or with partners from the ecosystem. Tell us how that drives innovation and competitive advantage within your company.
So, I mean, a lot of companies are always looking to diversify. We're no different. So, many years ago, Vivek approached Innovative Automation, and we've collaborated on several projects, including an autonomous wheelchair, some greenhouse tugs, and floor cleaners. So, excited to see that continue to grow and take the next step. When we talk about Robotape, there's a company, a tape converting company out of Barrie that was very helpful in the early days. And although there's no formal collaboration or their investment or involvement, they were helpful to help educate us about tapes. And I think that's a really exciting thing about companies. When you ask for help, we as Canadians are eager to help each other out. So. Collaboration can be on a larger scale of actually building a product together, or it could be as simple as some simple advice. And other great partners have been IRAP. So our Robotape product was The R&D that went into that, over 35,000 hours, that was partially funded by IRAP project.
Vivek.
Collaboration is who we are. It's part of our DNA. Literally, it's part of our business model. Our collaboration with Innovative Automation with Mike's company has been just fabulous. They were essential for the growth of our company. Today, we're collaborating with some of the leading brands in the world. We're a Bosch partner here in Germany. We have a collaboration with Sumitomo in Japan. With Linamar in Canada, we're developing a AGV robot for their factories. Who have I missed? We're talking to IFM here in Germany as well now, and several others. So in our business model, CyberWorks focuses on the brains of autonomous mobile robots, and we need collaborations to do everything else. The wheels, we're working on humanoid robots with another company now, but they all have the common element of needing to get or know how to get from point A to point B in a complex environment, in environments like here in the Hannover Messe or in a busy airport, a hospital. We are collaborating with airports, hospitals, and so forth. Areas that are far less structured than you would have in a factory or a warehouse, for example, and that's where we really excel. And we want to get that technology out where it's interfacing with more of society, and that's where collaborations are essential for us.
Hari, how do collaboration partnerships factor into Dot Automation's business model and strategies?
Collaborating is very important. One great example is NGen. We did a project with NGen where we collaborated with a bigger company and a smaller company. And the benefit of collaborating with a smaller company is they have expertise. So this company had PhDs, a lot of expertise in one specific area, which we don't have. And the bigger company had access to the retail market, which neither of us had, the smaller company ourselves. And so when we put all of this together and we collaborate, we're able to take something that would have never been able to hit the market, something that would have never happened unless everyone worked together and saw a goal and worked towards it.
And are you engaged in any partnerships, collaborations with other ecosystem partners other than the private sector, with universities, with colleges, with your economic development organizations?
So we partner with Humber College, and we take students from them. We want to also develop a training program with Humber College to get people ready for the industry. Because a lot of the students, when they come out of school, they're missing a bit of industry experience, and that prevents them from being the best, live up to their full potentials, basically. And it provides downtime for us as well. And so we partner with them as well and try to get students into the industry that are ready for the workforce.
Great. Vivek, and roots at the University of Toronto, at the largest single campus university in Canada. Does CyberWorks still engage in partnerships with colleges and universities?
Absolutely. Our core technology came out of University of Toronto. When back in the 80s, when Geoffrey Hinton was developing neural networks, which have driven AI forward and which are being used extensively today, we were at the University of Toronto developing new AI for mobile robots. And that was the genesis of our work and our company. So we still collaborate with University of Toronto. We also collaborate with other educational institutes and research institutes around the world. NGen, we have a project going with NGen. I was on another panel a couple of days ago with Oven. We've done 2 collaborative projects with Oven. So as I said, part of our DNA.
Great. And Mike?
So we haven't done any collaboration on projects, but we do heavily recruit from specifically Georgian College and some other universities and colleges throughout the province. I guess other ways that we work with the college, we gave them a bunch of money.
And they appreciated it. I want to pick up on, or expand on a point that Hari was making about, the difference. There are certain, or Mike, I'd wonder if you could, there are certain benefits or there's certain realities about SME to SME, about small companies collaborating together, and there's value in that. And then there's also value in collaborating between smaller companies and bigger companies. How's your experience been with that?
Well, maybe, I don't know if anyone's heard of 3M, but we have a formal collaboration with 3M on our Robotape products. So the magic of the internet created a lot of opportunities for us in 2020-21 when we started putting YouTube videos out. You can't restrain them, and same with LinkedIn. So that's why we ended up going global right away, because we saw the demand globally and knew we would generate competitors if we didn't start to tackle those markets right away. And then we got the attention of 3M, who was looking for a technology that could apply tape at the level or sophistication that our system did. So after some initial easing into it, we ended up signing a formal collaboration agreement, and then have a 3M branded version of the product. So we have their teams engaged. They're on the 3M website. There's a dedicated Robotape site, and we hope we can help them sell lots of tape.
And ladies and gentlemen, the power of social media.
Absolutely.
Mike Lalonde. Vivek, whether it's partnerships with, in collaboration with Bosch, with Linamar, what's your experience been? What kind of lessons would you tease out from working with bigger companies and working with smaller companies?
Yeah, they both have their challenges. They both have their pros and cons. We collaborate across the board. We've been collaborating with Mike's company for years and years. Even they've grown enormously over those years, but we collaborated with them when they had, I think, 150 employees or something like that, maybe fewer. On the other end of the spectrum, as I said, we have a collaboration with Bosch, Bosch Rexroth, which is in every city in the world, I think, probably. So they all have their place, and it's, as I said again, it's in our DNA. So we rarely say no to a collaboration where we feel that we can add some value. Yeah.
So, Hari, you're located in York Region. This is part of the Greater Toronto Area, or as we've been calling it this week, the GTYA, the Greater Toronto and York Area. This is, for those of you who are not aware, the most, or one of the most, maybe the most manufacturing dense metropolitan areas in North America. What advantages does being located right in the middle of the GTA in York Region bring to you and your company?
A lot of advantages. It's to have your customers in your backyard is a huge plus. From their point of view, they want to be working with you, because if they need support, if they need something in the middle of the night, in the middle of the day, something's not working, they can call. And they're not waiting for someone overseas and maybe with a language barrier or whatever the potential reason could be. But to have someone local, it's a huge advantage, and for us as well. We're not traveling how many ever miles or kilometers to find a customer and pitching and quoting and doing all the process, the whole process of finishing a job, it's a lot easier to do locally.
Great. Vivek?
Well, in our case, we'll go anywhere where someone wants to collaborate. Our partnerships are all over the world, but it's great being in York Region because of the density of potential collaboration partners. The fact that we're so close was certainly a factor in our collaboration, and there's no doubt that if you're in the region, if you're next door, it makes any collaboration that much easier, and that's what York Region brings, I think, to the table.
Great. And Mike, your thoughts?
Certainly. Just to echo your comments on having the customer base right in our backyard is a big help, particularly on the custom automation side. But then on the standard product side, also being from that area, that does have a good reputation, being able to say, yeah, we're located down the street from Magna headquarters. It adds some legitimacy versus being someplace in Canada that nobody would have any reference to.
Right. And having the customer base and having that large industrial ecosystem right in your backyard, and your backyard kind of from York Region extends 100 kilometers in every direction. What about the talent pool? What about the labor shed? How does that factor into your business and its competitive advantages?
Yeah, that certainly helps. I mean, there's an enormous talent pool, a great education system, and in this industry, you need electricians, you need builders, you need millwrights, you need machinists, you need designers, you need engineers. So, all that is available, and it's like everywhere. It's a challenge. Everyone's fighting for the same people, but at least the talent pool is there to at least fight for. And you certainly hear reports of other regions where there's just people don't exist.
Yeah, and Vivek?
Yeah, when we first started in the 1980s, we were the only company in the world doing AMRs, and so we could have been located on the North Pole and it wouldn't have made any difference. People were flying from all over the world to get to us anyways. That's no longer the case, and now it's really important to be located in a place like York Region because it is sort of the epicenter for the talent, and you have to be where the talent is. And so, yes, it really makes a difference.
Great. Hari, your thoughts?
Exactly the same. York Region in general is a great place to be. So people want to live there. So people gravitate towards there, and then you have some of the best students coming out of there as well. We find we still have to train them a little bit to get them up to speed, but they are still the cream of the crop, I'd say.
So this is based on some conversations we've kind of had individually before, but let's lay it out in front of everybody because I think this is an important one. There is part of what you're doing is building machines or building robots. Those machines and robots have a lot of software in them. How do you integrate or bridge kind of the culture of software development and of machine building to bring it together into these innovative products, these leading edge products that you're making now? Whoever wants to go first, take it away.
Me first? Sure. Okay, so when you say software, are you talking about programming the machines, or are you talking about a layer of software on top of that?
Either or.
Either or, okay. So
you're the expert.
I'm going to talk about the layer on top, just because programming the machines is kind of fundamental to the machine build. So last year, there was a trend of data collection or data analytics on the machines. It was like Industry 4.0 or digital twin. Basically, it allows the customer to see what's happening on the machine. And now I find there's a trend with AI vision where it's not fully there yet. you still have to train the model and retrain the model, but getting that to incorporate with the machine is something that almost has to be done throughout the build. It can't be an afterthought. It can't be like first we build the machine, then we get either a third-party company to connect to our inputs and talk to our machine essentially. It works better when you're collaborating them the whole way through. Yeah, so I think in terms of that additional software layer, whether it's AI vision in the future, it might help to train these models from the start to really help get the software to where it needs to be.
And Vivek.
Yeah, this is an issue we have with every single partnership we do because we build the software that runs the hardware. There's no getting around that. That's just what we do for a living. Whenever something is not working, then there can be the potential for the software guys to point the finger at the hardware guys and the other way around, and that's exactly what you want to avoid. So your partnership has to have fantastic communication, first of all. You have to be able to pick up the phone and talk to the person in charge and work things out. You have to have you have to have tremendous transparency throughout the life cycle of a project to ensure that doesn't happen, that finger pointing doesn't take place. In our case, we have an advantage. We do a lot of simulation. So once we prove that our software can work in simulation, then it's really hard for the hardware guys to point the finger at us. So that's another way that we deal with the hardware-software issue. But yes, that's probably the single most important potential stumbling block in collaborations, in hardware-software collaborations. And it's the number one thing as someone in a leadership position has to proactively address in order to make a collaboration successful.
Okay, and Mike? Hardware and software.
Hardware and software. So, from an automation point of view, there's quite a few automation companies out there, and you're always looking for ways to differentiate. And one of the ways we have is we have an excellent programming group that they're capable of some higher end programming, whether it be ignition systems or PC-based systems to do data collection or sophisticated testing. So, we've been able to differentiate by generating and, to Hari's point, training staff to be able to tackle those more complex systems. From the standard products point of view, again, coming back to Hari's point about training people, and Mayor West's point about the level of education in our region, there's incredible young talent that if you give them the opportunity and they can do great things. The Robotape team consisted of individuals that were no older than early 30s and in their 20s, and yeah, just like us. But they did an amazing job, and Robotape, mechanically they came up with a very sleek package that was unlike anything in the world, and there's a lot of even though it makes it look easy, there's a lot of complex programming in the background that we had a young individual tackle and come up with the software that operates that system.
So let's talk about the present. Let's talk about the future. We're day 4 of 4, Hanover. I want you to think about if there's one takeaway from this trade fair, what's that one takeaway? And in the future, whether that's next week, whether that's July, whether that's 2026, what is the one thing that Innovative in Robotape, that CyberWorks, that Dot Automation is most excited for?
so I'm going to start on the second part. So unfortunately, we weren't quite ready, but we've done a bit of a soft launch of our next standard product at the show. We've been handing out flyers and teasing people with clips. So we're
Stop teasing me, Mike. I just want to see it. I just want to see it.
So RoboClip is our next standard product. The website's live now, roboclip.com, and we'll be actually having the machine beside the Robo tape system at Automate in Detroit in May. So very excited about that as a company for our future. Biggest takeaway from this is, and I've heard it a lot, you hear a lot about Canada's productivity problems, but we also have maybe too humble problem, and we need to do a better job of promoting ourselves, getting out there, having the conversations, and a show like this and on the world stage, and having those conversations and being proud of what we've done, what we've achieved, what we've produced. I think we need to do more of it as we look for more reliable partners in the world.
Great, thanks, Vivek.
I think the thing that we're most excited about as a company is historically or traditionally in our industry, autonomous mobile robots, the biggest issue that has been holding our industry back and preventing the mass adoption of autonomous robots has been a group of problems, technical problems with technology that we often refer to in our industry as edge cases. And edge cases are when a robot doesn't perform as it was intended. It might get stuck, it might get lost, things like that would require human intervention. And this is the core problem that prevents mass adoption. That's the reason that you don't see robots everywhere. You don't see them wandering around the shopping malls, and you see limited deployments, yes, but only in fairly structured environments. CyberWorks, at CyberWorks, we're proud to announce that we have solved edge cases for autonomous mobile robots. And this is what we are now licensing to companies like Bosch and so on and so forth, so that it can disseminate quickly amongst all robot manufacturers and really spearhead the mass adoption of autonomous mobile robots and hopefully allow us to lead what's been called the robot revolution. And hopefully this time next year, we're going to see robots working in airports and hospitals and really becoming a part of society.
Ari.
The biggest takeaway from this, from a growth mindset, is more of this. So more trade shows, more collaborations, more partnerships. That's basically it. Just kind of keep putting one foot in front of the other and keep putting your name out. And eventually, it's just going to go in that direction.
What are you most excited for moving forward?
Move forward? Just whatever potential opportunities come up. Like, there's never been a year where we looked back and said, "Oh, I wish we never did that." There's always something new, something, whether it's technically new or fiscally new. It's something that we've always grown and learned from. So, whatever partners we do end up collaborating with in the future, I'm looking forward to that.
Okay, great. And I can't wait to learn more about how the momentum that we've created here, how we're going to keep that up, how we're going to move forward with this. One last question, but I want you to think about it and email me on Monday. Favorite York Region economic developer? Mine's James, but you guys email me on Monday. You guys email me on Monday and let me know, and I'll report back to the group. Any questions for anyone on the panel before we move to our next session? Quinn has a question.
James is your favorite EDO? What about me from Markham? I have a question for Vivek. Well, thank you very much for being part of the panel, panelists. Amazing sort of input and insights into your innovation technologies and really showcasing our regional innovation to the world from Canada. My question is, Vivek, you were talking about wanting to see more of the robots, deployed. But what does it mean for humans and for human talent and jobs? Like how, that has always been a sort of a broader concern when you have more robots out there doing, the work. Does that not compete with the human jobs?
A very, very good question. And we get asked that a lot, that once we do see this robot revolution that we've all been waiting for, we haven't seen it yet, only other than in a very limited sense. But if it does happen, if we're successful in doing what we want to do, how does that impact humans working who need to work? The reality is that all of the tasks that we are targeting, CyberWorks as a company is targeting are tasks where there are severe labor shortages. People don't want to bring coffee or carry somebody's bags to the car. These are some of the applications that we're working on. People don't want to be pushing a wheelchair. They can be doing something more productive. There are labor shortages for people who need to push wheelchairs. So we're certainly not taking away any jobs, and we're improving the quality of life for people in society with these robots.
Just to add to that real quick, particularly in the automotive industry, the narrative's really changed in the last 10, 15 years. 10 years ago, 15 years ago, it would always be, we want to get rid of, how can we get rid of people? We need to automate to get rid of people. Now it's, I need to automate because I need to reallocate those limited resources. So.
Exactly what these guys are saying. There's some jobs that are physically backbreaking, and you don't want your operator to do that. Or also from a production standpoint, you don't want jobs that are difficult to transfer from one operator to another. So if one guy calls in sick, you need another guy who's incredibly strong to maybe move some cases. It makes it very difficult from a production standpoint. So if we can offload that to a machine, it makes everyone's life easier from the plant's point of view and from the operator's point of view.
And I mean, that goes back to early lean production principles, right? That it's about making things easier for everybody and safer and more efficient. Any other questions for the panelists? And with that, thank you, Hari, Vivek, Mike. Thank you to the audience, and happy Hannover.
Before me. A face unknown, she's eyes so bright. A handshake, and a smile. In the game of love, when the passion is lost, best forget me, forget me. In the game of love, when the passion is lost, best forget me, forget me. In the game of love, when the passion is lost, best forget me, forget me. In the game of love, when the passion is lost, best forget me, forget me. In the game of love, when the passion is lost, best forget me, forget me. In the game of love, when the passion is lost, best forget me, forget me. In the game of love, when the passion is lost, best forget It's Jesus in the sun. In the sun. Show me the meaning of creation. Don't let me be misunderstood. Show me the water and the desert skies, a green oasis in the blue. Jesus in the sun, lead me home to a higher ground. Friendly people, good vibrations, smiling faces, rescue me. Jesus in the sun, to a higher ground. Don't need a word, just understanding. I summarize. It's Jesus in the sun. Smoking cigarettes by the sea, rescue me. I'm a sinner, I'm a dreamer. Rescue me, rescue me. Jesus in the sun, lead me home, calm me down. On a higher ground.
You can turn off the light. You can search for a gleam of night. On the white roof, a white proof of Lady Moon. You could climb up the stairs and set a scene in the open air. On the white roof, a white proof of Lady Moon. You can turn off the light. You can search for a gleam of night. Look for the moon, grow your cocoon. Life is alright. You can ride a star, but look for heaven only where you are. On the white roof, Some nights she comes for me and smiles so tenderly that the old sky seems to lean forward to me. When she's full, the room I pace. When black eyes stare into space. Up and down she dances with a bemused face. Round midnight feels so alone. I almost feel that I could drown. Look for the moon, and very soon life is okay. I'll always turn off the light, eager to search for the gleam of night. On the white roof, my Indian proof of Lady Moon. Round midnight feels so alone.
There? I don't know.
Test, test. Check, check, check. Can you hear?
Yep. All right.
Okay. That sounds.
The closing act for Hall 7. How to get the most out of trade fairs with the German-Canadian Chamber of Commerce and my friend Lucas. He's going to tell you how to do it, and he's going to tell you why you do this particular session on Thursday afternoon. Lucas, all you, take it away.
Thanks a lot. You make it difficult already from the start. Yeah, good to see you all. Welcome to the last panel of today, of Thursday, how to get the most out of trade shows. My name is Leon. I work for the Canadian-German Chamber of Industry and Commerce. And I'm joined here by people that have much more experience with trade shows than me, but can tell quite a lot about it. I'll introduce them briefly. I start over there with Roger Hallett. He is the ex-CEO of Festo Canada and Phoenix Contact Canada, and also working with NGen now. Fun fact about Roger, he has joined me in training the exhibitors for this event. So yeah, that's one of the reasons you're here, part of the panel. Then there's Brian Burgers. He works in global partnership development at Robotape. I already mentioned to you before, and now it's getting difficult for me to explain exactly what your companies are doing, but I'll give you a second in a bit to introduce your company. Robotape is an automated solution for streamlining repetitive and demanding tape applications. Then we have also Matthew Lowe. We know each other also since last year's show already. He is the CEO of ZeroKey. Once again, I have to read this here. It's a large-scale 3D real-time location system, RTLS. Hope that was right. So thanks for joining us. Also a lot of expertise with trade shows. And then we also have Raj Kumar here, CEO and president of Acersoft, which is high-performance, high-voltage polymer insulator for future off-grid modernization. Once again, a quite complex name. I'll give you a second to introduce yourself in a second. Just once again about the event today, how to get the most out of trade show. I know it's a Thursday, so maybe this panel would have been more useful on Monday. I was telling the honest reason why we do it today is because we didn't get a spot earlier. But the way we want to reframe it, of course, is now we have learned a lot about Hannover Messe. It's been 3 days already. long days, a lot of networking, a lot of companies you have gotten into touch with already, so we can discuss some of the learnings. And of course, the next trade shows are just in front of the doorstep. There's one here in Hannover, the EMO show, coming later this year. And of course, Hannover Messe is coming back in 2026 as well. We are hoping to see lots of you guys again representing Canada. Next year's partner country will be Brazil, so that should be a lot of fun as well. So yeah, that's the reason we do the panel today. It's also live streamed, so if you want to see the content afterwards, go on NGen's YouTube channel. And yeah, that is this from my side. I'll give you a second to introduce yourself. Maybe Roger, start with you. What is your experience concretely with trade shows? I think it's quite a lot.
Thank you, Leon, for the introduction. Yeah, I think I first came to this trade show, I think in 1988 as a young automation engineer. And it's changed a lot, and I guess that's the topic we're going to talk about. So I won't dive into that already right now, but as you said, I was with Siemens for a long time. I was with Festo and with Phoenix Contact in Canada and in Europe and in Asia for a while as well. So that's me. That's my background.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, Brian, over to you. Maybe share a bit more about Robotape and also what your experience is with trade shows.
So Brian Burgers, I'm responsible for developing the international distribution network for Robotape. So it's a brand new product, about 4 or 5 years on the market. We're applying adhesive-lined tapes, gasketing foams, assembly tapes, which have historically been applied by hand. So we're kind of revolutionizing that market.
Hey, Brian, can you go a bit closer to the microphone?
A little bit closer?
Yeah. Thank
there
you.
we go. So what we found is that within the first couple of years, it became an international interest. So we developed the idea that we needed to start developing a partnership outside and going around the globe, which brought us to Hannover. So this is my 3rd year here. The first year was at a desk, and the last 2 years we've had a full demo unit. So it's been pretty exciting.
Thanks, Brian. Over to you, Matthew. You told me just before it's the 4th time you are at Hannover, and I think the 2nd or 3rd time you guys are exhibiting.
That's right. Yeah, I think this is our 4th time exhibiting at Hanover. So ZeroKey, as you mentioned, is a large-scale industrial real-time location system. Our claim to fame is we track down to 1.5 millimeters, which is about 100 times more accurate than our competitors. So very precise, very accurate. We do a lot of stuff in the manufacturing industry, especially in the automotive sector, where we work with a lot of the large OEMs. Mainly to digitize physical process, human-centric process, and automate a lot of the quality detection and verification systems. And as I mentioned, this is our 4th year in Hannover Messe. It's really in our sweet spot, so this is one of our big events. Really sets the tone and the pace for our business for the rest of the year.
Thank you. Now over to you, Raj. I know from you have a lot of international experience, so probably also internationally from trade shows. Tell us more about Acersoft and your personal experience.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for having us here. And my name is Raj Kumar, President and CEO for Acersoft. I would not like to use any buzzwords today. I would take away the grid monetization part out. I would say that we manufacture products which are pretty boring, but you would see it everywhere on the boulevards. Right from any overhead, any hydro line that is sitting in front of your boulevard will have a hot wire, which is nothing but a cable that is running, and that holds it. It's usually traditionally made out of porcelain, and if we were to do the math, a substation level, a porcelain would be like 100 kilograms in weight, and we would replace that with a lightweight insulator, which is 5 kilograms in weight. So that's one definitive advantage there. Another thing is, because again, it's a boring industry, we always see these products, but we don't know where it's coming from, but it goes through a lot of regulatory aspects of it. So for us, it's to nail it down to say, this is going to be my one customer. It's going to be only that one customer. For example, I'm from British Columbia. All that matters for me is one BC Hydro. Now, to getting that one customer, we have to go through lots of leads and lots of referrals, lots of certifications, and lots of reach. And for us, having to come to a trade show like this is only our 2nd time, and our 1st time was last year. We have actually had a great ROI. Now, that's the word I picked up from Matthew because I was asking about the closing ratio. He said he measures with ROI. So the definitive answer is everyone's tangible measure is different. For us, what matters is that one lead takes care of the shelf. So that's in brief. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I think, Roger, we talked in the trainings also about what the main goals are for the show, and good that you mentioned, Raj, that there's different goals you can achieve. Roger, coming back to you, you already took the microphone. Perfect. So just about the structure of today's panel, just briefly, we want to make it free-flowing conversation, but just to keep a couple of items aligned. We'll talk a little bit about the preparation for shows. Then we also go on to engaging at the event, how to get the most out of the conversations directly at the event. Lead generation, of course, is one of the main goals for many companies. And then also one important aspect, the post-event follow-up. So what to do with the 200 cards you're getting in all the networking events and how to best leverage that. So Roger, over to you again. We both, I think, in the last year and a half have done over 30 training sessions with the exhibitors from Canada. You have had so much trade show experiences. If you can drill it down to a couple of points, what do you think is the most important in preparing for the show and getting ready for the show?
So I think the key to the answer to that question is that 20 years ago, 30 years ago, people came to a trade show to look at products, and it was the only way they found out about new products. And these German companies all around here, they would save all their product innovations up and they would launch them at Hannover. So you'd come here from anywhere around the world because you were going to see all the new products that are going to be launched that year. So that's why people came, and you didn't need to do a lot of preparation. You show up and it's all laid out in front of you. And that's changed. The whole digital world has changed all that. So now new products are launched immediately. They're launched online. You can get all the information you need online. You can have a Teams call with a specialist in Nuremberg or wherever else you like. So our key message when we were preparing the training for this was, this is now a place where you want to have already meetings set up and contacts set up. A chance of your next big prospect wandering past and coincidentally seeing you and knowing what you did is really quite small. So we put a lot of effort into making sure everyone was prepared in terms of getting data onto the website, the right data, knowing why you're going to the show, and having positioned your message to try to achieve that aim. So that's why preparation is key in a situation where it didn't used to be that important.
Thanks. I want to pass this question over to Matthew again about goal setting as well. You have a lot of experience at the show, sometimes even several booths, so a big team here as well. So maybe the first question is, if you can share that, what is the main goal usually for Zero Key when coming to the show? And then secondly, how do you align with all the team to then follow up on the goal, to engage with the people? How is your approach there?
Well, of course, the main goal is to make money. We're here to sell product. Obviously, there's a lot of secondary and tertiary goals. We're here to meet with partners and stuff like that as well. But I think actually, I would totally echo what Roger said. It's all about the pre-work and the post-work. And I guess maybe it's a little tough to distill down into one particular thing that you have to do right. It's actually just doing a whole bunch of little things correctly. That really translates to the value. And for example, if you look at a sales cycle or a sales process, if you don't make the meetings in advance, if you don't know who you're going after, if you don't understand your ICP, then it's really tough to even get the meetings because everyone's so busy and the show is so big. But say you do all that and then you don't do the post work and follow up, unless you ultimately end up closing the customer, you don't get the value out of that. So it's really making sure through the entire process you do all the little things to keep along that customer journey, to keep them engaged and ultimately close them at the end of it.
Awesome. Thanks a lot. Brian, over to you. In terms of your preparation at Robotape, what has been the most important aspects? And then also already getting into the next topic, the engaging at the event. I've seen you have a nice exhibition there as well to attract customers, to attract visitors. So what was your focus? And how did you conclude to exhibit the way you exhibit this year?
Well, the first time that I attended the show, I was at a desk, and absolutely what Roger and Matt were saying about preparation is clearly important. Waiting for just the next prospect to walk by isn't going to happen. So you have to have that planned. And if you can get the help of somebody else to help arrange B2B meetings, are critically important. The other thing that I would suggest is don't be afraid to engage additional staff. Delegate some people to help you get prepared, because it's not something that one person can do alone, including the post follow-up. As far as engaging at the show, for us, location was key. We looked very carefully at the layout. I worked with NGen early on to see that we had a nice corner. And then, of course, we worked with our channel partner here in Berlin, who built a fantastic display for us. This is the second year that we're using it. It really looks fantastic. It shows nice. This year we went with a little larger booth. We have some area for meeting within our own booth. And we find that really draws more people in and gets some attention to us.
Thank you, Brian. Raj, you are here also with a team. I think it's 3 of you here. 3 of you. I met them all. I think you're also here in the crowd. So it's a lovely team. How do you separate the work within the team? Is one of you running around the other pavilions? One of you going to networking events? Is there a certain focus? How do you diversify within your team and what you achieve here?
It's funny you asked that. Last year, I came here myself.
I remember.
Okay, and that was fun. So one of the main things I was doing is I was talking to Matt, I was talking to my neighbor booth, Maya, Remy. I was talking to every other booth that we had in the vicinity. And one thing I learned is one person is not going to cut it, right? So, and the simple aspects of it was you get your leads, you basically don't put on an Excel, but you put it on a CRM. And then you're able to do it on the fly. Your life is so predictable from that point on. So at this point, yes, we're 3 of us here, and we just make sure that there's one person is always at the booth, and we are taking those meetings. So long story short, we actually had come with that prep. We booked those meetings, and which was mainly virtual meetings, and we had the first take on the email exchanges, then the teams, and now we are actually meeting them face to face. And these meetings, which we expected them to 15 or 20 minutes, some of these meetings turned out to be like 5 hours and 6 hours. And having this lounge space and with that open bar, it's just a whole new level. So I think the prep is there, and also utilize all those facilities we have and bring those customers in and chat with them as long as they can sit. And you can entertain them, right? So this is what I felt. You're more busy, you'll get more business, more leads. Again, not everything and everyone is a lead for us, but when we get that 1, 2, or 3, we definitely want to hold it tight.
Thanks for sharing that. Back to you, Roger. So we talked about lead generation and already dived into what you mentioned now, how to prepare for the show, how to contact companies in advance. Roger, you have been for so many years at trade shows. You mentioned it yourself. So how did lead generation evolve over the years? How important are digital platforms now? How are things different nowadays compared to 20 years ago?
You make me feel really old, Leon. Well, 20 years ago, you didn't think about lead generation as a thing, I think. So there's a lot more awareness now about how to do that well, I guess. And as I probably touched on it when I started, you just opened your shop here and people would come and that would be your lead generation. And what you might have done, you might have put out some press releases in a newspaper or a trade journal or something and said, we will be at the Hannover show on booth number 25, and that would have been the extent of it. And then you'd hope that people would come by. So that's just changed from night to day, really. You have to do the pull. You have to make the pull yourself. The show on its own isn't a pull, or isn't a big enough pull, I would say. And even in some of the later training sessions we did as well, we also said, Canada as the partner country creates a pull, but it's not necessarily pulling your business. So, but you've got a great platform on which to, build your showcase your presence and build your presence. You can leverage all of this to, why you should do it. So lead generation these days for most of the companies around here, it's all media based. It still is about we will be at the show, but you'll see they're building up stories about what you can see at the show, and they're posting probably once or twice a week to build up a story to bring people in. And I think that's night and day. That work was something you didn't really need to think about before. And these days, potential customers got so much choice. They can stay home and probably get as much information as coming here. So you need a reason to pull them. And I think one of the biggest reasons to pull them is to touch your product. You can't do that online, and people still like to do that. And also to meet you, for a face-to-face. And face-to-face communication is still really, we're all humans. We really like that. But don't leave it to chance. You're really trying to make that connection before somebody comes. So that's how it's changed. And having cool tools like CRM makes it a lot easier as well.
That's true. Brian and Matt, a similar question to you. How did you manage, or what was your approach to break through the noise? Especially in Hannover Messe, there's lots of events going on, lots of exciting exhibitors. Roger, you mentioned that. Of course, this is the partner country, so there's the additional benefit that lots of people will want to come by, but it's not necessarily a direct marketing for your company. So what was your approach, both in communicating online, maybe digital tools, marketing in advance, and also doing the show to break through the noise? Maybe both of you.
Well, I guess for us, we of course do the social media, LinkedIn, Instagram. We get that program going as quickly or as early as we can. Multiple times a week we get that post going. We make sure that, company-wide, every employee is aware of the show, and if they're speaking with a customer that might be in the area, might be interested, we make sure that we get them tickets, we get them directions to the show, and let them know who's going to be there. And then, of course, it's kind of easy for us here at the show because we have the demo unit, and it's a substantial demo unit, really gets people's attention. It makes a little bit of noise with the air, so that starts to bring people in. So that actually makes it easy for us, but I can see it being a little more difficult if you're working with maybe a piece of software or something like that.
Yeah, and from the Zierke perspective, one of the things that we did, and this goes back to the prep work even before the show, we participated in the Innovation World Cup competition. And that's one where, as an earlier stage company, you can present your technology against an accredited panel of judges. And I think they had something like 350 companies within this competition. And that was one of the ways we got in front of people that we wouldn't necessarily be able to get in front of otherwise. And of course, a lot of the good media that came out of that, we were fortunate enough, we won the industrial section of the Innovation World Cup. And that created a lot of media interest, and it was actually kind of interesting, even before they had done all the judging, just getting in front of that big group of people and explaining the technology. Our booth tripled in the head count, and everyone ran over and tried to see our technology. But also to echo what Roger said again, having a physical demo is actually so important, and it's one of the things that you can do when you're in person at an event like this, and it really helps you create kind of an emotional connection with your customer so they can actually tangibly understand what you're doing, how it's working, what it's like. And you can't always get that digitally. I mean, we all try to with digital marketing, but it's really not a substitute for actually holding a product in your hands. So we really try and, when customers come to our booth, we really try and push them through the demos and really get their hands on the technology. And so if you do stop by our booth, we're in Hall 2, booth C10, you actually get to see the technology, our tracking sensors, integrated with robots, integrated with a start-to-finish pop-up factory process where we build a kit, we pick a kit from parts bins and then build it into a finished product at a later stage. So you get to see the whole life cycle that's very similar to what you would do if you were to put our product into the customer environment.
Thanks for sharing that. I love the part of creating the emotional connection through the exhibition itself. I think that's a good point. Changing gears, that's a term I learned from Roger throughout all the meetings we had. back to lead generation and kind of engaging at the show. It's a very international event. There's lots of different cultures here. Of course, the predominant one or one of the main ones, German cultures as well. How did you feel, I mean, from all the trade shows you've been on and also now in the last days, about the intercultural differences? Was there something that stood out for you that was maybe difficult or even maybe as an opportunity? Open question to all of you. Maybe Raj, you want to start?
This is actually, it's a very interesting question. The reason it's interesting is because even within Canada, we have 100 plus cultures. And 100 plus cultures in Canada, from where they come from, is the culture that they left behind 20, 25 years ago. So it's not the culture that I think I know. So in this aspect, this is possibly my 25th country that I'm working in. Started out my career in Japan when I was 21. And I did have a chance to go back after 10 years. And there's one thing that we have seen and not changed in Japan is the cost of the coffee. 30 years ago, what coffee price we used to pay, today we pay still the same price, right? And I was a little bit too excited and asked the lady who actually hired me at the time, showing my contract, which is still in a JPEG form in my album. And I said, if I was still here 30 years, would you think my pay would have been any different? Because I saw this coffee. She said, your pay would have got increased. And I was a little bit more curious, what should that be? 3%. So that is an exciting number for them, but here, nothing cuts for 3% from where we come from. So what I was started to observe more keenly is that the buzzwords doesn't work. Buzzwords are great on the website, but when it comes to face-to-face and real-time meetings, things needs to be as simple as possible. We can't do any prejudgment. And also, we need to be very, very open with the ideas. So in a retrospect, we need to do a lot of research, be very open, very flexible, and let things happen. Now, coming back to the second point was just to getting that a little bit feedback back and forth on the conversations we have. Because now we need to re-optimize our behavior at every point that we have that chat happening. And then finally, we need to find that common ground. And without which we can't really gain that trust, we can't have that rapport, and we can't close that deal. And if we were to do the mindset of having to close the deal based on the ratios in a different part of the world, the magic doesn't work. So I would optimize, re-optimize, rethink, revisit, feedback, recalibrate, and still I'm not ready. So I'm probably doing the process on and on, again and again.
Thanks for sharing. One of you else about intercultural differences, something to share what you learned, and then I'll come to the last question after that.
My learning this week on intercultural differences is if your ticket says you come in at 9 o'clock, you come in at exactly 9 o'clock. You can't get in earlier.
Thank you, Roger. Okay, so...
We are in Germany.
We are. So coming to the last question before I open up for Q&A, we talked about the post-event follow-up. So what to do with all the contacts you made here. Of course, there are stories of deals closing right at Hannover Messe, but I think that's more of a rarity. It's usually in the follow-ups the weeks after the event. So to all of you, maybe all of you can say a couple of words about how your company is following up on the leads, if there's maybe a back office back home that already sends out emails now and sets up follow-up meetings. But yeah, what is your approach there? Maybe Matt, you can start.
Yeah, well, obviously, you don't close deals if you don't follow up with customers after you initially meet them, so critically important. But the real heroes are the people behind the scenes, putting the data into the CRM, making sure that the right information gets attached so that you don't return to the office next week and forget the conversation that you had. That's one of the mistakes we made certainly earlier on in our history, where we would have a great conversation with a customer, but over the course of the week and talking to hundreds of people, by the time you get back to Canada the week following, you've forgotten at least some of the details of the conversation. So now we're actually really, we have a process where our team will actually enter details about the deal or what was discussed, the context with the customer, as right after we do the badge scan. So it's always attached to that customer, and then when we re-engage with them afterwards, we're starting from the point of where we left off, as opposed to restarting the conversation from the beginning.
Thanks. Brian, what's your approach for the follow-up?
Very much like what Matthew was saying, is that because we have a lot of attention at our booth, we have a large team with us. We have 6 of us that are manning the booth. So the person collecting the information may not be the person that's the primary follow-up person. So collecting that data is critically important because you will forget. And secondly, we like to implement a rating system so that if you're the one collecting the lead, we give it a 1, 2, 3, and it gives everybody the understanding of the priority. Is this a viable deal that could close in the next 6 months, or is this maybe this is something interesting? Send me some more information and we'll talk about it. That can something that the CRM can handle for you.
That's a good piece. I haven't heard this rating system before. That's a good idea. Roger, anything else to share?
I was just going to say, I think on top of that, the other thing these days is people are expecting response to leads the next day, or even on the same day. So you used to, pack up your show, fly back home, take a couple of days off, open your computer, and start working through them. I don't think you can do that anymore. I think people are expecting, they don't want to get an email that says, thank you very much for your lead, we'll get back to you as soon as we can. They want details straight away, so you have to try to gear up to do that, I think.
Okay, Raj, anything else to share about post-event follow-up?
Well, the team tripling in size, even the 1 to 3, our goal is to get that first piece of email sent out before we leave Hanover. And have that, even though we have all this stuff in the CRM, and which is happening on the fly, and that email has to go. And I completely agree with Roger on this. And if this didn't happen today, it's never going to happen. And we're going to come back to the same show. We'll get the same lead.
Okay, thanks a lot. So I know it's Thursday afternoon. We're all a bit tired after the whole event. I do want to open up the floor for question and answers. Tony, I give you my microphone, actually.
Hi, guys. One question that I have about your hotel strategy. We know that there's a bit of a supply and demand issue in Hanover during the Messe Week. Any comments about that folks who are considering attending Hanover next year might want to take into account?
I'll take a quick stab on this. My first last year, what I paid for a whole week is what I'm paying for a day today. But there's another thing that I've seen is when you need 5 days, you probably book for 3 days. And the 4th and 5th day, you will get it at 1/4 price. So that seems to be pretty common as far as the bookings go. But is that the risk you're going to willing to take? I'm not willing to take that, but I see that seems to be something can pan out.
So my experience over the last 4 years is there's no good answer to that in Hanover. So you'll notice if you start booking hotels for Hanover next year, they're already expensive. So there's not really any getting ahead of it. One of the things that we found, actually, though, there's a lot of areas around Hanover that are quite affordable. So we have had 9 people here this year, and we're actually staying in Brunswick. And we'll actually drive in every morning and drive back every evening. And that's a lot more affordable, and it's been actually a great way for us to drive good ROI for the event, because now our costs of having 9 people here are frankly less than half of what they would have been for accommodations. So that's one strategy, but there are lots of places. It doesn't have to be Brunswick. There's tons of cities around if you're finding Hanover to be too expensive.
And Braunschweig is like a 40 minutes ride?
40-minute drive, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other... Okay. Roger?
Yeah, I've in previous years stayed an hour and a half drive away, and at the end of a long day, it's hard. and getting up in the morning's hard as well. So this year for the first time ever, I'm staying in the city, and I can jump on the streetcar, and it's great. But it's really expensive. But what I was going to say was, and this is part of what we tried to convey during our training message, was stay further away. It's not such a problem if you stay on. You drove, but if you look at staying on a rail connection as well, it's quite nice to take a train at the end of the day. You can even sleep as long as you don't sleep too much. But I think whatever you're going to do, it's going to be expensive. You just got to suck it up, really, I guess.
Thank you. Any other questions from the crowd? Okay, then thanks a lot for being on the panel, guys. It was a pleasure, and thanks for listening in. Thank you.
makes you eat.